All right, welcome back to Java class. Today we're going to do variables and operators. And before we move forward, I just want to thank you for submitting your homework on time. Every one of you submitted. And need I say that you all did an amazing job. I hardly could correct anything. I did grade the SQL that was passed you and the Java. You should have some feedback from me, so go look at it in your Google Classroom. And just outstanding, folks. Your responses are so clean and nice. I've also gave you some feedback on it, so you can read that. Really impressed with the amount of effort that you put in. Um, we're gonna do a lot less of homework checking, and your homeworks are gonna become much smaller, meaning you're not gonna have a whole lot of questions as we go farther deep into Selenium, mainly because you're gonna get one project, one question that's most likely going to require you to uh, spend 4 hours to build and come up with it. So, particularly when you're going to be doing automation, it's one test case that I'll assign you to automate. And we're going to start with something small and then we're going to go into something big. Right now in Java, same thing. Initially, a few questions here and there just to make sure that you learn what was taught in the classroom. And as we go deeper, when you have access to more Java tools, it's just going to be one thing that you're going to create to put together all those pieces. For example, you're going to be creating a calculator in Java where you're going to take user input of two numbers and add or subtract and so forth. You're going to communicate. Your program is going to communicate with the user and make smart decisions based on uh, some logic that I'm going to teach you. But today's class is going to focus on variables and operators. This is very basic and beginner. It's not going to be that difficult at all. With the homework that you did submit, it felt like it was pretty easy for you all. So hopefully this is going to be pretty easy too. So let's take a look at what we're going to learn today. Some of the things that we're going to go over is shortcut keys, Eclipse settings, error handling, variable declaration, variable dynamic initialization. You do want to get yourself familiarized with these words because you would be able to communicate with your teams when you're going to be training them and so forth. Primitive versus non-primitive data. Object. What is an object? What is object-oriented programming system? Or in short, it's called OOPS. More of that will come later on. This is very theoretical stuff. I want to leave it at the very end so it can piece together stuff. We're gonna learn how to take user input today, so which is a really cool feature of Java. Um, and what is Java operator? Forget the last one, which says IDE. You already know that, so don't worry about that. Now, um, before I move on, anybody had any issues with installation? I know you submitted your homework. Everything came out fine, but did you have any errors or any kind of um, installation that you feel like it didn't do right? Just yell out.
No.
Okay. Okay. So that's great. And the beauty of Java programming is that you really don't need a teacher to grade your work because the console is going to basically confirm whether your program was designed well or not. Um, Now, If you can't get to the console output that I want you to get to, in that case, I may need to go into your homework and debug it. So eventually it's going to become more like not me looking at your work and grading based on that or trying to find errors. I'm not going to do that. You are going to find errors. You are going to see the output. If the output comes out what you want it to, if the program runs, hey, that's 100. If the program doesn't run and for some reason you can't get it to complete it, Java gives you an error, that's when I'm going to step in and try to debug and show you where you made mistakes. Right now, these things are pretty simple. You're not going to make a whole lot of mistakes. But as we go deeper into automation, you're going to see there's a lot of methods here and there that can get confusing. And then Java will not understand the logic and may not come out right. So I may need to debug. So what we might do is we may sit either Wednesday or Thursday as an optional day, maybe for an hour in the afternoon, around 5-ish, to troubleshoot people that are unable to finish their homework or got stuck or something. So more of that, we'll talk about it later. But right now, this week, I think you should be okay with the materials. Now, you may think that Java is pretty difficult, but think it this way. English language that we speak. In Oxford Dictionary, it has 273,000 words that we have to that are there in English language. Out of those, 171,000 of them are being currently used. So think about how complex English is. And of course, 47,000, a little over 47,000 are obsolete words, which we don't use anymore. Now let's take a look at Java. In Java, we only have 51 reserved predefined words. That's it. Compare that to 273,000 words. And out of 53, 49 words are in use. So you only have to know 49, okay? And 2 are not currently in use. So you can imagine how, if you think Java would be difficult, well, think again. And here's a chart that's gonna show you all the 51 words that you're going to be seeing in Java that are predefined. Some of these you've already seen. Can you all yell out some of the words that you have seen so far?
We've seen char, int, class, public,
correct,
abstract, static, package.
Yeah, static, you probably saw it in your college or something. I didn't go over this yet, right?
No, yeah, but whatever we said, public, static, main, as far as the whatever, some of it there. I don't really remember what it is, but I remember going over it in college and I saw it again on the homework.
Yeah.
So I'll just wait for you guys. Wait for you to teach it.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this class right here, the public so far, you saw some of these in SQL. I don't think I went over any of these yet. This is what I'm going to go over today. Some of these things I'll go over next classes and so. So these things right here, the new, I'm going to go over the new today. You might see import today. So eventually I'm going to cover all of these, but in combination, that's going to make best sense to you. But do you notice that all of these are lowercase and Java is case sensitive? So you cannot use these words with the uppercase. Java is not going to understand what that is. You have to write it exactly the way it shows. And only then Java will understand what that is. Any questions so far? All right, let's get used to some of the key shortcut keys. I'm just going to go over very quickly about Eclipse. You do need to know how to use the Eclipse well. If you do that, you'll be able to be a better developer. So one of the first one is Control-Shift-L. If I press Control-Shift-L, it's going to give me a list of shortcut keys. So let me start up Eclipse here. And that's funny that this is not showing up on your screen. One second. Are you able to see Eclipse?
Yeah, we can see it. Or
Yes.
I can at least.
Okay, great. All right, let me just take this off here. All right, if I type in Control-Shift-L, it's gonna give me a list of shortcut keys, and you can play around with these. You can also set your own keys, but I don't want to go into that and waste your time. You can do that on your own. A couple of shortcut keys that I'll be using throughout the program, those might come in pretty handy. So just do that. Learn those. Next best one is Control F11 or just F11. You can have a Java program written, and instead of going into this icon here and clicking run, let me just type this in here to demo you and increase the font for you. And also notice how I change the windows. Okay. And in here, let's say I print hello world. And I can run this by clicking on the run. And it's going to print it out right here in this console. Or I can right click on this, on the code itself, and a menu is going to come up, and click run as and go to Java application, and that's also going to run it for me. I can, let's see if I can zoom in here. Are you able to see the zoomed in screen?
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, great. So in the package explorer here, I can open this, expand it out, go to source code, go to beginner Java package, and input demo, the class that I have, and I can go and right click and scroll down till I see run as, and then same thing, Java application, and that's also going to run and give you the output. Now all of those are okay, but I like the Control F11 or just F11 better. You have to check it out. Yours may be Control F11 or just F11. Mine is just F11 because that's just pretty fast. I write code and I immediately go ahead and run. I just pressed Control F11. Watch this again. I'm pressing it again and it's going to run this code for me and give me the output pretty fast. You want to get a habit of writing a little piece of code and make sure you don't get any errors, and then run it right away to see if you got any kind of problem before you move forward. Next one is Control D is to delete row. These I don't want to demo you. You can just play with it, figure it out. But these are one of the most important ones, common ones, and there's a lot more than that. Control Shift F is format code. We're going to be using this quite a bit. What does that mean? I do want to demo you because this is very important. If I, let's say, zoom in here, if I go in here and I have two of these, okay, let's say I'll copy this one here and paste it. It did paste it right where I wanted to, but let's say for some reason it went a little bit farther right here. Okay, and let's say I put a couple of spaces right here extra. All right, and maybe this one, a couple of spaces here and a couple of spaces here because I don't know. As I was writing it, maybe it didn't come out nice. Now, engineers are pretty particular about your code. You have to give them clean code, meaning it has to be beautiful. You can't just write whatever and give them. So your manager is going to manage all your code in a beautiful manner. So what you need to do in Eclipse is if you press Control Shift F, I'm going to press that right now, and you will notice all of these going to be aligned and displayed beautifully. So Control Shift F. Look at that. I didn't even have to bring anything back to where they need to be. It just automatically came back out. Let me undo this. Here's it again. All these spaces are going to be covered. I'm going to press Control Shift F now. There. So what you need to do is when you're done with your program writing, at the very end before you submit your code, you want to press Control Shift F, and that will clean things up for you. Any questions about that? Okay. Nope. Next one is Control M. This is to maximize or unmaximize your current tab. Take a look at this. If you want this to look pretty, Control M is going to bring this to the front. And if you want to go back to your original settings, you can press Control M again, and it's gonna take you back where you can see a lot. But a lot of the times when we're writing code, we don't want to see all the other things, and the codes can be pretty long going from left to right. So that's when we use this window to just write the code, and then when we're done and we press F11, it goes back to or it can give you in a floating window like this, and then you can press Control M to go back to original settings. In my case, it's not going back. Let me try again. It did go back, but let's say for any reason, if your window doesn't want to go back to the original settings and you're like, oh my God, I accidentally closed down a window. What if that's an important window and I need to get that back? What you need to do is go up here and go to Windows, Window, and click on Perspective, and then go to Reset Perspective. If you click on that, it's going to bring you back to the original settings, and it's asking you again, do you want to do that? Say yes, and there you go. So you have your Reset Perspective view right here. Okay. All right. Next one, Control I, it corrects indentation. You can experiment with that. I just like Control Shift F, that takes care of everything. Control 1 is a quick fix error while cursor on the error. For example, you can have an error right here. Let's say if I take this L out and I have this underlined error showing up here with red. And what I could do, my cursor on that, and I can press Control 1, it's going to immediately tell me if there are some suggestions that I can use to fix it. For example, change to print or change to print print line, or some of the other ones. I don't want to go there right now, but you'll learn those later on as well. The other thing you can do is when you see this error, you can hover over. You can hover over and click or hover over, and it's going to give you a suggestion here. The method print n is undefined for the type print string. What it's saying is nobody really created this method called print n, but there are quick fixes here, which down here is saying that change to print or change to print ln, which is the same thing as Control 1. So if hovering over doesn't work, press Control 1, and it's going to give you this window here, Control 1, and it's going to also give you suggestions right here. Any questions about that?
No, no questions.
Okay. Next, Control-Shift-O. This is organize your imports. You're going to see that useful today. You need to use that from going forward from today's class. You're going to see something like this, import, and then you're going to see some dots and some names. I'll explain that later. But sometimes Java will bring this in. Sometimes you don't need it, but you don't know which one you need and which one not. So what you need to do is if you press Control-Shift-O, if you don't need it, it will delete. It will go away. This is not needed right now, so you're going to notice that this is going to go away just as soon as I press Control-Shift-O. Here we go. Control-Shift-O, and that's gone. So at the end of my code, I always press Control-Shift-F to make sure it gets aligned, and Control-Shift-O so that any unnecessary imports that came up here will go away. Okay. And last one, I believe, is Control / is to block something, to block a lot of stuff. For example, this one, I just pressed 2 / and it blocked this part right here, but I can select this whole thing right here, and if I now press Control / only one time, it's going to comment out both of these or anything that is highlighted. Okay, let me undo that and show you again. So if I were to take all of these, instead of going through every single line, okay, you got all of these, going through one at a time. Let's say you don't want the program to run that for now. This can take a lot of time right here doing that. Instead, a shortcut for you is just press Control. My mouse is getting sticky. So I can just take that. I can select this whole thing and just press Control / This plus is not what you're going to press plus. You just press Control and hold the Control and press / and it's going to comment the whole thing. So this is what I'm going to do. Press the Control and the / and look, all of these became commented, meaning Java is not going to use those for execution. Questions?
No, that last one would have been useful for me on my last homework.
Yeah, sorry. Next time I'll probably.
No, I figured there was somewhere around it, but I'll get there eventually.
Yeah. Control-Shift-W, close all tabs, files, and classes. So let's say, I think my mouse battery is about to die. 1 second. It's kind of acting weird.
You can take mine.
Yeah, I need AAA batteries. All right, guys, let's take 5 minutes break. I'll be right back with some AAA batteries. Okay, that's much better. Are y'all still here?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay. So Control-Shift-W. Oh, this mouse is working much better. Control-Shift-W is if you have Windows right here that you want to close. I mean, obviously you can close it with this plus icon here. Let me zoom in a little bit more. So you can do that, and that's going to close it. You can right-click on this panel and say close. If you have multiple of these, it's going to say close all. You can also say close all to close things out. Sometimes you have a lot of these in here, and you'll get filled up with these tabs on the sides. And if you have too many sides here, and if you press F11, Eclipse is confused which Java program you want to run. So I like to keep one open, the one I'm working on, and then just click F11 or run for that particular one. So I close the other ones and keep things clean. Right now, you can do the shortcut if you wish to, which is Control-Shift-W. Control-Shift-W. And it's asking you, would you like to save it before you want to close, which is the input demo right here. Yes, always save it. Save unless you have a reason not to. And then it's gone. You can double click here to bring this back. Just quick overview of what we saw in this package explorer. Last class, we saw that we created a project and gave it a name. Basically, this project name, any way you would like to, like all caps or no caps, or this is not important here. But when you go inside, you saw there were Java library codes here, and your code goes into what's called source folder or source code. And in here, you created a package. In my situation, I created a beginner Java package right here, which has to be all lowercase, and you don't want to put any dashes or any symbols. That's just Java style. Not that it's not going to work, but you want to keep it that way. Looks professional and knows that you know the Java rule. And then you created a class file, which is called inputdemo.java. Let's say I created this one. This is where your code goes. And if I wanted to create another one, I would, what I can do is I can copy this, right click and say copy. And I can click on this beginner Java package, right click and say paste, and it's gonna give me another one of these, but it's asking me, well, you already got input Java, so would you like to change the name, and it's going to ask me for a different name. It's automatically saying input Java 2, but most likely I don't want that, and I want to say like another Java file, and this has to be capital A, another Java something, and then say OK, and it's going to give me another one. This would be the very fast way for you to create additional classes and give it a name, knowing that in both of these folders, you're going to need the same type of code, maybe this first part here. All you have to do is delete the other part, and you are good to go, and you're ready to start writing codes. Any questions about that? Okay. All right. A few more things. I didn't officially show you or give you the notes on this shortcut for sysout, but here it is. And the other one is, so if you did sysout and then control space, and that gives you system.out.println, and then you type in whatever you want to print, say Stein. Now, the other one you can do is SOUT. Now, it works on my keyboard. I don't know about yours. So I type in SOUT and then control space, and that also gives me that. And Tony or something. So you're welcome to use any one of those or whichever works for you. The other thing is, if you didn't want to, if you wanted to write this public static void main yourself, I'll explain this whole thing later slowly, but you really don't need to know what this means at this moment. But let's say if you didn't want auto-generate that and you wanted to create it yourself, you could just type in main and control space, and that's going to give you this window right here. The first one is basically this one. So when that is selected, you just hit enter, and you have this whole shell right here where you're going to actually be writing code for it to execute. So that's a pretty awesome thing to have as well. There are some themes in Eclipse, and you might want to play around with it. If you spend a lot of time on Eclipse, you might want to choose a dark theme that's going to be very good for your eye. For presentation purposes, you get to choose. You tell me which is better, the white theme here or dark theme. I can do that for you. How do you change that? So you go to Windows, Preference, General, Appearance, and you'll have, these are the most useful ones, Classic and Dev Style. Classic is right now what you're seeing here, and I'll show you how Dev Style looks like. So you go to Windows. Okay, where is it? Right there. Window, go to Preferences. Okay, and that's gonna give you this window, something like this. And you want to click open this general. And there's two things you can do with this general part right here. Don't get confused with these. One is if you click on this appearance, you're going to get some information on this right side. And the other is if you expand and then click on these, then you're going to get a different information here. This one, you just want to click on appearance itself. If you do that, then you have this information come up where it says enable theming requires restart. So if you select a different theme, default is classic. You're seeing what classic looks like. But if you want to choose another one, and there's a whole lot of ones, different ones have different colors and really awesome actually to explore through. What I would most likely work with is the Dev Style theme because this is pretty good for the eye. Let me do that and show you how it looks like. And I've just selected that. Now it's asking me, would you like to apply? I can apply and close it. And if I apply and close it, it's going to ask me to restart it. Recommend restart because there are some features that's not going to work very well if you don't restart it. So let me just go ahead and do that. Do an OK and asking me to save, saving, and now Eclipse is restarting with the DevStyle theme. Well, let's give it a couple of seconds to load up. Any questions so far, guys?
No questions so far.
Okay. Definitely at my workplace, I use IntelliJ and I use the dark theme because I'm 4 hours with the computer on writing codes per day at least. And I don't want it to strain my eyes. And also I like the colors, the way it shows up. Notice everything is same. It's just darker with maybe some different colors. That's all. But it's going to perform exactly same way. If I wanted to switch it back, go to Windows, Preference, expand the general, go to Appearance, click on Appearance, and go back to Classic, which is the default, and then apply close. And it's going to ask me to restart again. And it's going to come back with the classic view, which is the default view. Okay. There you go. All right, next. I think you kind of saw a bit of a gist of this. I already explained that part. So let's take a look at how to handle errors in Eclipse. Now, you're going to notice if you made a mistake in your code, something like this is going to show up right here, like an icon, kind of like a warning triangular with an exclamation mark. It's very small, but I mean, it will still be noticeable. Well, this is pretty thick right here. So it will still be noticeable. So many places you're going to see. Obviously, you're going to see something in your class file. Like if you notice this one right here, print, but I messed up a couple of words right here. Who can tell me what's the mistake I made here?
At which one? 14?
Right here. Line.
No semicolon.
Semicolon is missing, correct. So these, if you hover over, it's also going to suggest you that a missing semicolon here. So do that. Also, another thing you want to look for is these line numbers. So that's the line number for that code. And you're going to see right next to it, it's going to put an X mark, indicate that something needs to be fixed right here. So all of this right here telling you this particular class has the issue. If there was another class right here that may not have the exclamation, with this one having the exclamation mark right there, it's telling you that this one has the problem, and then the project itself is going to have an exclamation. And if you try to run this, it's not going to run. So check all those before you move forward. Any questions about error handling?
No.
Okay. You do need to know what a letter case style is. So let's take a look at that, because you're going to be writing a lot, and it's important to know how and what are some of those styles that you can use. First is uppercase. Anybody knows that all letters are capitalized. Then we got lowercase. All letters are small letters. Okay. There's another called camel case. It's kind of like camel has a hump in the middle. And this one, the first letter of the first word is going to be lowercase. And the second letter, first letter of the second word is going to be capitalized. So it's going to start with lowercase everything, and then just be a one capital, and then everything else lower. If there was another word right here, that would also be a caps, except the first one is not going to be caps. And it's called camel case because camels, they have a hump in the middle, and that's why they decided to name this like that. So the other one you're going to see is called Pascal case, which you've seen the class name we wrote as a Pascal case where first letter of the first word is capitalized and every first letter of every other word is going to be capitalized. Train case, where you have all lowercase with a let me get this pointer right here, with a dash in between, and you can have multiple words with dashes in between. Snake case is instead of a dash, you put an underscore, and then you connect the words together. It's pretty readable and nice. Escape sequence you saw last class. I did a class demo, but y'all didn't have to do it on the homework, where a character preceded by a backslash is used inside a string so that for you to be able to do certain operations. For example, if you wanted to insert a tab, you can do \t, and that's going to give you a tab. Let me give you a demo here. Says, if I wanted to print, let's say, my name is Stein, and I wanted to put a tab in here, obviously I can put extra spaces and that's going to show up. Let's go ahead and print. And my output does show that I have this extra space here, but I can also do a \t, and that's going to give me a tab space in here as well. So F11, and there you have that \t. Some of these you may or may not use, but I want to give it to you just in case. Insert a backspace. So if you do /B, it's gonna give you a backspace, meaning it's gonna go one space back. Can't see a example for you to use it right now, but you might see this later on. If you wanted to insert a new line within, for example, you wanted not use the println. Println is going to give you a line at the end of this string. Let me go back here, show you. So if I had two of these, this println is going to give you a line in between. F11, it's going to execute this string right here, and then it's going to add a line, which it did, executed the string, break a line, go back in here. If I didn't put ln, F11, it's not going to give me a line right after this. It's going to say, my name is Stein, and no space, no line, and then next thing starts back up. But what if I wanted a line without this println, but I wanted to control it from here, that I want my text to have separate lines, that I wanted to break it down here. If you have a paragraph, that's when you want to do that. So what you can do is hit the backspace, and everything that works with that backspace is that magic thing. And if you put N, I believe, yes, backspace N, and now if I execute this, it's going to give me a line right after Stein. So watch and see. And there you go. Now it broke it for me. So if I had a a lot of text right here, and I just wanted to do it this way, I don't need to have multiple sys out. I can have another line here, backspace N, and I can have the same text, okay, right there. And as you can see, that this, if I execute it, I can do all of it in one line, F11, it still gave me multiple spaces. So just FYI that you don't have to use system out print multiple times to get the line break and present it in different lines. You can do it in one line of code. All that can be done using that escape sequence is what it's called. A couple other ones is insert a single quote, insert a double quote, and if you wanted to insert a backslash. For example, if I wanted to say my name is Stein and I wanted my name Stein to show up as a, let me close these windows. Some of these windows are not needed and you can close them out. It won't hurt anything. Zoom in here. So if I wanted my name to be in quotation mark, if I add quotation in between quotation, Java is pretty confused right now because Java is thinking, I wanted to stop here. And then he's like, what is that? You wanted to start quote here and then stop quote here, then you have something I don't understand. And then you have these double quotes right here. It just gets confused. Because this quote is reserved for string, if you ever wanted to print this, you have to put a backslash before it. And only then Java is like, okay, wait a minute, something is coming right after that, which is this double quote. I am not going to use that as a double quote. I'm just going to print it out. Same thing right here. I want this quote to print out. So if I go before that and do a backspace, backslash, and Java is going to stop here and say, oh, this quote don't count. Just print it. And this quote, oh, that's a stop for all the text that he wrote. Now if I run this, I'll be able to see the quotation that I wanted. Question?
No question.
What if I wanted to print backslash? Well, then you got to put one backslash to stop Java first. Then you have to put another backslash and Java's like, oh, stop. Okay, you wanted to just print this and not care about escape sequence, which is backslash. So if I do F11 now, it's going to give me that backslash that I want in my text. Eventually, you might need some of these here and there, and I'm going to piece together why you need this later on. All right, next is comment. You saw a couple of comments, types of comments already. It helps explain what the code is doing in your program and helps developers reading the code more easily. And developers do have commented out notes on top of their code for other developers to understand what they were trying to do with that code. Java is going to pretty much ignore if you comment anything out. It's just for human readability. There are two types of commenting. One is single line comment, which you have seen, where you put two forward slash, and then that line turns into green and does not execute by Java. The other one is multi-line commenting out, and that can be done. I don't use this much, but you can do that if you want to. I just do control forward slash, and that blocks everything. So let's say I have these bunch of codes here, but for some reason, I don't want to execute this right now. Or even when I give you a homework and you have those homework questions that you copy paste here, you don't want to execute. So how are you gonna keep hitting / like that, or you can select all of these and press Control /. That's gonna comment everything out. Or you can do the multi-line, and multi-line is done by pressing / one time with the star. You do this at the beginning, and then you do the reverse of this at the end of these block right here. So down here, you would put reverse of that, which is the star, and then a /. And Java takes anything after this / star, which is starting right here, and goes all the way down here until it notices another star / and blocks everything as non-executable. Can you tell me why would you might need this versus if I were to do these like / on every line? Which one is prettier?
The one with the star is probably prettier, less of an eyesore.
Yes, correct. So instead of having every line have these /, if you want to put some notes, generally developers, they have some notes and they would use these block comment or multi-line comment because it looks nicer and fancier. Any questions about comments?
No.
All right. How many ways to run a program? I showed you that, so I'm just going to go over that. Just going to fast forward. You can read these. Phases of Java, you don't really need that. So I had it there if you wanted to just read that. Nobody asked you those questions either. Can I run Java in command line? Yes, you can. I'm also going to skip this, and you can read this and do this later if you want to, but you can run your code in command line. You don't really need Eclipse. You can also write your code in Notepad and run it in command line. No Eclipse needed, but Eclipse makes writing code much easier, cleaner, and fun. Okay. What is a variable? This is the most important topic in Java. If you assign a number to a name, it is called a variable. So assigning a data, I shouldn't say number, I should say data, to any kind of name, and this name is mainly created by you, whatever name you want to give it. So for example, we got x equals 16. So if I named a variable called, if I name something called x, you've seen this in high schools, and if I assign a value by equal sign like this, I am assigning a value. Let me block this out here. My pencil tool is not working, but I am assigning the 16 to this x, so x is going to become 16. That x is called a variable. For example, 3.14 is the approximately the number of pi, and if I say pi equals 3.14, that gets assigned to pi, and that pi becomes a variable. Or num1 equals 20, and that's a variable. Now, anytime you create a variable in Java, you are creating a piece of memory that contains data value or the value that you're going to assign.
I have a question on this.
Mm-hmm.
So you are saying that if we can assign a number or data to a name, right?
Yes.
So if it is a data, then can we put like x is equal to y or z? We can do that or not?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
You can assign that as well. Yeah, and you'll see some examples that we'll do today's class.
Okay.
So, and data doesn't necessarily mean numbers. I mean, you can put a sentence, could be a part of the data. Someone's name is a string, which is also data. Okay.
Okay.
So there are some rules in assigning variables and memory space in Java. It's not just, guys, it's not just variable, because whenever you name a variable, you are asking Java to create a spot in the computer's memory for you. And Java is going to store that value in that spot for the duration of your program run. When it finishes, Java will go in and Java has something called a garbage collector. Will go in and clean up everything and then refresh the memory. Those are very technical terms nobody uses, but just for you to understand how things done. Now, you have to follow some rules about variables. How to write it, I'm going to get to it in a minute. So let's take a look at some of those rules. And pay attention because I'll ask you questions on this. So rule number 1, variable name like this x or the pi or the num1 or whatever the name you want to give it has to be, is case sensitive. What does that mean? Meaning if you name a variable called money and you have another variable called money with the M capital, this is not the same. They're going to be totally different. So Java is going to create a memory space for this word, money, with the lowercase, and then this word, money, M-O-N-E-Y, another space, and they're not going to be the same at all. So is this. This is also says money, and this one all caps money. None of them are same. Variable name must start with a letter. You can have numbers in between, but it must start with a letter. Now numbers, not all symbols, but dollar symbol and underscore allowed after the first character or the first letter. Once you have used a letter, and then you can use the dollar symbol if you like it. You can use numbers or underscore if needed. It's your choice. Okay? You cannot use any reserved 50 keywords or spaces between characters, meaning all of these, this pi, P-I-E, cannot have any space in between P or I or E. And you cannot use the 50 reserved keywords. Can somebody shout out real quickly what's one of those keywords in Java out of those 50?
That you showed before.
Yes.
And capture those words, right?
The 50 words in Java. Shout out one you already know.
Public.
Public. Good. Give me another one.
Char.
Char.
Huh?
Yeah.
Char.
Jar.
I didn't go there yet. I didn't go there yet. But you saw class.
Class.
What else?
No.
Void.
Oh yes, void.
Main.
Intel or what?
Huh?
Intel or what is that? In something, yeah?
Int. Well,
Int, yes.
we didn't get to int yet, but we'll do this today. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Class, public, static, void, main. Those are the keywords that we saw that you cannot use as variable namings because it's been reserved. But those are all lowercase. Can I use uppercase main as a variable name? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Correct. Uppercase main, just like I said, that money is not the same as capital M money. So Java has that main, M-A-I-N is a lowercase. I can still use M-A-I-N capital and use it as a variable name, and that will be fine. Should I do it? No, because that could confuse the heck out of other developers. So I wouldn't use that. But will Java throw an error? Nope, it's not going to throw an error. Your variable name, if you want to make it really good, it has to be unique. And it has to say what it is. For example, take a look at this. This x equals 16. What does that mean to me? I don't know what that x is, that 16 is. But if it tells me pi, well, I could even make it fancier and write value of pi without any spaces between them. I could do a camel case value of pi, and then I could have that number. Somebody reading my code and my variable name would be like, wow, I get this. Better your code, more readable your code is, better developer you are. And your variable name has to be unique. It has to define, it has to say what this data is supposed to be. And the last thing, let me see if I can do it this way. Can't even read that. Descriptive names are preferred for understandable and maintainable code. That's what I just talked about. It has to describe what the data is supposed to do. So let me give you some quiz right here, randomly picking some of you. Here goes the first one, goes for Shobuz. Is this a good variable name? Will that work? I mean, will it throw an error? First question is, will it throw an error? Or is this acceptable by Java?
It will accept.
It will accept. Correct. Let's go to the next one here. Tony, is this acceptable variable name?
Yes.
No.
Is the number sign allowed or is it not?
You
No.
cannot have a dollar sign
Okay.
as your first letter.
Okay.
It has to start with the letter, therefore this would be not acceptable. Let me see if this tool is still not working. Hang on a second. 1 second. While y'all think about this one, let me get my tool working here. Okay. Think about this one, if this is gonna be acceptable. Desmond, is this going to be acceptable
No,
name? Why not?
because of that sign after the number.
Yes, this quotation mark, this is not going to be acceptable because only symbol you can use after the first letter is this dollar or underscore. So this is also not acceptable. Okay. Next one goes to Loretta. Will this be acceptable?
Yes.
It's one of the system name. Remember system.out.println.
Ellen, yes.
You notice that their same case, the S was capitalized. So this is also going to throw an error.
Oh, it is okay.
But if I had a lowercase s right here, then that would have been okay. Or if I had a lowercase s and then this was uppercase or just change it up a little bit, that would have worked. But for now, it's not going to work. It's okay. Don't worry, folks. It just takes a little time to figure things out, and we're going to get to this. So, Tony, how about this one? Will that be acceptable?
No.
Why not?
Which one? The data one?
Yeah, this one?
Because the first symbol can't be a special character, and that special character is not even acceptable anyways.
Correct. This is also not going to work. Shobuz, will this be acceptable?
Which one?
This one?
Number one. Yeah, I think it's acceptable.
Correct. It will be acceptable. Any questions about that one, folks? Desmond, will this be acceptable? Variable name.
No, because there's a space in between.
Because it has a space in between. Good job. So this is also not going to be acceptable. Loretta, is this going to be acceptable variable name?
No,
Why not?
because the number first.
Because it has that one at the beginning. It cannot start with that one. So this would not be acceptable variable name. Shobuz, would this be acceptable variable name?
The my underscore name. Yeah, it is.
Correct. This would be acceptable variable name. Tony, would this be acceptable variable name? Down here.
Yes, that's acceptable.
Correct. It would be acceptable because you have number, $, underscore after, not the first one, and those are the only acceptable symbols, so this is good. A couple more. Loretta, would this be acceptable variable name?
I think yes.
Correct. No errors because you have all caps, and therefore acceptable. Shobuz, how about this one?
The work is public.
They're all
No, it will not, because there's a variable already on Java.
because it's one of the reserved words and therefore not acceptable. What about this one, Tony?
Yes, that's acceptable.
That would be acceptable, correct. Shobuz, how about this one?
The data storage for number one that you will need. Yeah, it will accept.
This will also, even though it's huge, this will also be acceptable variable name. Desmond, this one?
Yeah, this is acceptable.
Correct. And Loretta, this one?
No,
Why not?
because the underscore, oh, what is that? Yeah,
Right.
the sign.
Because of the underscore to start. It cannot start with an underscore. I think now you guys got it. Okay, awesome. Let's move forward here. And very, very important, before I show you how to name data types or data, you need to understand what data types are. This is kind of sort of, it's going to look like what you learned in SQL, but it's a bit different. But it's going to have similar idea to it. So let's take a look at it. There are two types of data in Java. One is called primitive, okay? And the other is called non-primitive. If you ever went camping, they will probably ask you that we have several settings of camping. One has water, electric, the other has no electric, just water. And then you have something called primitive, where it has nothing. No water, no electricity, and you might find a porta potty somewhere. What primitive is that it goes to the very bone basic. I hear some background. Loretta, you may have to mute yourself.
I am mute. It's somebody else.
It's from me, sorry.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that. So primitive is bare bone basic, and nobody created it. It came with the Java. Non-primitive is recent, This one is like it has the electricity and the water and stuff, but these guys are using porta potty, if you want to think it that way. So, what are some of the primitive ones? Primitive ones are, there are two kinds. One is a numeric, and the other is non-numeric. Numeric, you know it's going to have numbers. Non-numeric is not going to have numbers. In the numeric, you have two different types. One is integer, which is a whole number. Let's say if you say 3, that will be an integer. If you say 121, that will be an integer. If you say negative 15, those are going to be integer. And anything that has decimal is called floating point or has a point. For example, 1.5, this would be under this floating point category, or 2.15 is going to be a floating point. So those are the two differences in that. In integer, we have several types. One is called byte, short, int, and long. Each of these have a range of data that can be stored, but most common what we're going to be using is int. The other ones are not going to be used at all, and I'm probably going to blaze through this really fast, but you can learn this as deeper as you want to go with all of these other ones. The next, in floating points, you have two things. One is called a double, and the other is float. And you're going to notice that we're just going to be using this double mainly and hardly ever use this float. So if you just know int for integer and double for decimals, that ought to do it for you as a Java developer initially. But if you want to go more into scientific calculations, that you're going to need other types. Non-numeric, there are two types. One is called Boolean, and the other is character. Boolean is basically just true or false. So this would be just true or false. And character is where if you want to store a letter, for example, but that you will notice that the storage of letter doesn't really give you letter back. More of that I'll show you in a couple of other slides. But just understand that Boolean means true or false. More of that is about to come. Non-primitive, you have seen something that's called a string. We talked a lot about strings in SQL class, and you're going to see a lot of this in Java. We're going to have a one-day class all on what arrays is, and most likely it's going to be next weekend. And more of what user-defined classes. I don't want to give you this information now. It's going to confuse you. I just want you to understand that this string is non-primitive, and there is a reason for that. Quickly notice one thing, that when I wrote this int, this byte should be a lowercase. This is a typo. But notice all these primitive words are lowercase. The int is all lowercase. Short is all lowercase. Long is lowercase. These are one of the 50 reserved words that Java has. Double, float, Boolean, and character, all of these lowercase. But look at this string. When I wrote this, I wrote uppercase S. This was not originated from Java. Okay, this is like Old Testament, the beginning of the creation of the world or the creation of Java. And then this is like the New Testament when Jesus came in and changed some things around. So if you want to look at it that way, this string data type is man-made. We created, a programmer created for you to use this. Same as goes for arrays that we'll do next weekend. But I just want you to keep this separate, and more things will clear up as we go further. Any questions about this?
So I have a question for a string.
Mhm.
Like, is that a number or word, or what does it mean with the string?
Okay, I have a full slide on explanation on this, so
Okay.
I'll explain you then. Okay. But very good question. Thanks for asking, because we really need to know more about this. Let's take a look at this data type really quickly. I'm not going to explain much, but here are the data types we talked about: Boolean, character, byte, short, int, long, float, and double. What does that mean? Why are there so many different kinds? Well, for Boolean, it contains true or false. You can store true or false. You will see a good reason for it. Character has a Unicode character, meaning any letter, A, B, C, through all the way Z, these have some sort of numbers behind them, and you can retrieve those numbers. I don't see any use for it, but it's there. There's byte, the short, int, and long. These are all integers, and these have certain range. And float and double, we talked about that this is a decimal. So what's the range in these? Notice the default for these Boolean, if you select Boolean and you don't say if it's going to be true or false, it's automatically false. And then there are some of these zeros will be automatically assigned if you don't put any value in this variable data types. And these have certain ranges for, I want you to look at these byte, short, int, and long. The difference between these are all integers, but the main difference is how much data can you store. For byte, you can only store negative 128 through 127. If you try to store 128, it's gonna throw you an error. Short, if you wanted to use that data type, this is the number 32,000, negative 32,000 to positive 32,000. And any numbers in between, you're good to go. Anything more than that is going to throw you a problem. Int, or short for integer, it's a substantially, notice, pretty big number you can store from all the way negative to all the way positive of that number. And long is just even bigger than that. We don't really need that long. We don't want to go this short either. So int happens to be the most favored choice of data type that developers want to use to develop or work with their existing code. Float and double is kind of the same thing. Float has lower range than double. Double has more range, but for float, you have to put a letter F with it, with the value. You will see, I'll show you an example. And double, you don't have to. That's why double is preferred. Any questions about this? You don't need to memorize this. Nobody knows it. Even I don't. Let's take a look at it. How are we going to do this? And what's most important? I have highlighted right here: string, Boolean, int, and double. These are the four that you're going to work with. And don't look at this right now. I'll explain that. Notice all of these are primitive, except string is non-primitive here. And notice all of these are all lowercase right here. String is uppercase. More of that is about to come. Here's how we're going to declare a variable or a storage in Java. First, you have to write the data type. What data type is it? And then you have to give it a variable name. Variable name is what you we did a practice on, and I was asking, is this a good variable name? That's where you're going to put your name and then put a semicolon. What happens when you do that? Let's see an example. If you write a data type, let's say int, and then you write a variable name, you get to write this name the way you want to. you cannot write this the way you want to. This will have to be exactly what you want Java to store. And the storage name you get to decide, which is age. So what you have here is first you have a data type, and then you have the variable name that you created. Data type is part of those 50 words, and variable name, you get to choose what you want. Automatically, Java is going to create a storage space for you that's only going to store int data type, okay? And it's going to give you a bucket and a location, and it's going to name it age. So if you want that data later on, he can easily go and get it. So every time you write this int age or int something, it's going to create a rack like this and then have a storage. Now, there's something called dynamic initialization. Notice I just said int age, but did I put any kind of value in it? I didn't. Java doesn't know what to store in it yet. He just has an empty bucket ready for me. But what if I wanted to put something in that bucket? You can do that on the same line. All you have to do is use this syntax. First, you name the data type. Then you name what is the name of the variable. And then you put an equal sign, and then you put the value. Okay. Value principle goes the same as SQL. SQL, if it's a number, you don't have to put quotation. If it's not a number, you have to put quotations around it. Okay. For example, before moving on, this equal sign in Java means assign. What does that mean? That means this value that you're going to name, it's going to get assigned to that particular name. Okay, it's not trying to say whether it's equal or not. I mean, they are equal, but this equal sign in Java is not a mathematical operator. It's not supposed to do any math. It's supposed to just take this value, whatever on the right side, and go ahead and store it, what you have on the left side. Okay, more of that, you will see this example here. So I got this int age equals 20. If you notice that the first part when you wrote int age, it created an int rack for you and an age like a storage bucket, but it doesn't have anything in it because you never said what value. But if you put an equal sign and say 20, that 20 gets put into the age bucket. So now that 20 is going to be stored in that bucket. And later, if you want to use that, you can just call the name age and it's going to give you that 20. Any question? I know that was a mouthful.
No.
No.
Okay. Let's see some uses of this, okay? Create a variable called mynumber, or in short, mynum, of type int, and assign it the value 15. So if I go to Eclipse here, it's asking me to create a variable. So as soon as I type in int, Java is like, excuse me? Okay. As soon as I type in int, Java is thinking, I gotta create a memory space for you. Now it's asking me, well, you wrote int, so I know I gotta store int. What do you want to name this storage space so I can go and get it for you when you ask me to? And that was the question said that give it a name mynum. So I'm going to say mynum, okay, my number in short. And if I wanted to put a semicolon and close it, yeah, he gave me an empty storage space, but there is nothing in it. Understand? So right now we have a bucket, and this bucket can only store int data, but it has nothing in it. Now, you can assign it two ways. You can either put an equal sign and say 35. And all of a sudden now Java has this 35 inside this bucket. Okay. That's one way for you to do it. So data type, the name you want to give it with an equal sign, and then the value. What if I wanted to do it another way? Sure. You can also not assign it here. Okay. But you want to assign it on the next line? You don't have to say int anymore, because he already created a spot for you. He already knows where that is. All you have to say, give me that, which is my num. Excuse me. I'm not doing this right. My num, and go ahead and put 35 in it. And that works too. Because my first line right here, he went ahead and created a bucket for me of the type int. And I didn't add any value, but he gave it a name called my num. Okay. And on the second line, I'm saying in the my num, which has already been created here, go put 35 there. So that 35 now is ended up storing right here. Any question about this idea? This is very fundamental of Java, and you must clearly understand this. This is like the foundation for you to do very well going forward.
So this is an integer, right? So it should be number, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And we can put negative value as well.
Yes, you can put a negative value.
Okay.
It will become negative. And let me print this out so you can see. So if I wanted to now in here, instead of quotation and put 35, I can just print whatever this is. I can take this my num, copy that. By the way, double clicking selects the whole thing. That's a fast way of selecting whole thing. Double click and then Control C and paste it here. And if I do F11 to run it, look, I got 35.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
If I want to take the minus off, run it, plus 35. Okay? Here's another fun thing. What if I wanted to store this, my num, again, with 40? And if I print this now, what do you think it's going to print?
35 and 40.
It's only going to print 40. Why? Because I had this bucket first created here, okay, with the int type and with the name my num. All right. Second line placed 35. Yes.
Yeah.
This line right here, my num equals 40, replaced this 35 with 40.
Okay.
This storage space can only have one number. It cannot have multiple numbers. And I'm only with this system out.print printing it once. Because this got executed right before that, this 35 got changed to a 40, and now it's only going to print 40 for me. So F11. And there you go, 40.
But it will not show any error, right?
It won't show any error at all. If I took this 40, cut that off, but pasted here, and then if I print it, it's going to give me 35. Because this memory right before, it didn't change to 40. It was 35, and that 35 got printed
Okay.
But that mynum got changed right here. It's after Java goes line by line. Java goes here first, then it's gonna go here, then it's gonna go here, then it's gonna go here. With me so far?
Well, so we can get multiple integer container or bucket.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you can. But I'll show you some methods. Now, if I print this one here, right after that, first it's gonna print that 35.
Yeah.
Then it's gonna, this mynum location was gonna get replaced by 40. And then if I print this same mynum again, it's gonna print 40. Watch this. F11. There's your first 35, which is that, which was this. And then now it got changed to 40, and then I printed it again, and it printed 40 for me. Yes? What if I put a decimal right here, 35.00, is that gonna work? Nope.
No, it's that should be float or something.
Yeah, it gives me a squiggly red line right here trying to tell me something that I made a mistake. If I hover over, or I can click here and press Control-1, it's giving me what I need to do, but doesn't tell me what the error is, okay? Change type to mynum to, notice this, change type of mynum, this mynum, what is it asking me to change it to? Double. Why? Why double? Because I put decimal and then 2 zeros right here. The double is that decimal that we want. But int is asking me to give me a solid number. So if I change this to double, look, that line goes away now, it's happy. But if I say int, it's not happy. If I hover over, it's going to tell me type mismatch. Type mismatch. Meaning you said data type int right here for that mynum, but you're trying to store a double data type in that mynum. So you got a mismatch of your data type. Then it's asking you, do you want to fix it? Okay, there is a way to fix it too. It's called casting. Okay, there's two things you can do. One, you can change this to double. Are we good here?
Yeah.
Because we have the decimals and the zeros. But what if we didn't want to? What if we wanted to keep it as int? But if anybody gives me this decimal, I don't want this decimal. I want it to change to an int. Can I do that? Yes, you can. If you want to force something into something you want, this is called casting. If you hover over, it's going to say add cast to int. One thing you can do is you can click on it, it will do it for you. Or you can do it yourself. I want to explain you how to do this. Anytime you see a value, if you put parentheses on the left side, that becomes called casting, meaning you're trying to force it to do something. Anytime you see parentheses on the right side, take a look at this, print ln, and then you have parentheses on the right side. That's not casting. That's a symbol of method. More of that coming up later. But if I take this value and put parentheses like this on the left side of the number, it becomes casting, meaning I'm really forcing this guy, beating him up in the parking lot so that he looks the way I want him to. And how do you want him to look like? That's what you're going to put in this parenthesis. I want him to look like an int. And there you go. The error is gone. Okay. If I wanted to print this, it's going to print 35 for me, but not the other. So F11, it's still going to print 35 for me. If I didn't cast it and change and left this as double, and if I print it now, it's going to print 35.0 and 40.0. It takes one extra zero out. If I had a number here and then print this, then it's gonna print me that extra digit, but it's not. You can experiment through this. I don't want to spend any more time on this. Any questions?
No.
Yeah, no questions.
All right, awesome. So let's take a look at this. Change the value of my num from 15 to 20. I think I did that. What if you didn't want anybody to change something, okay? Suppose you have int, something called my age equals, obviously let's write it in one single shot here. Int my age is 35, okay? And later on down the road, you have developers using this my age, and this is a constant value. You don't want this to be changed. Somebody can change, just say my age equals 40. And that my age is now changed to 40. If I were to print it now, my age, it's gonna print 40. But you assigned it 35. Somebody went ahead and messed it up. What you can do for people not to be able to change anything, if you put the word final, okay? If you put the word final, it becomes a constant value nobody can change. Notice what's happening over this. When somebody's trying to change this, it gives me an error. And if I look at this error, hover over on it, it's going to say final local variable my age cannot be assigned, meaning you can't change that. But if you do want to change it, go remove that final modifier of my age, meaning right there, you take that final word off if you want to. Now, if you want the Eclipse to do it for you, you just click here and it will remove it for you. Watch this. I click here and that final word is going to go away. There. And then allows you to change that. Any question about that concept? Okay. Shobuz, I think you asked me, can I assign multiple variables of the same type? Sure, you can.
Yeah.
You can say something like this. Let's say I got int, or yeah, int, and you want to store ages of a lot of people. So you want to store int my age, okay? And then you're like, am I gonna create another one for int Tony's age? Okay, this is camel case, by the way. And then I'm gonna put int Shobu's age, okay? A good proper case would be camel case right here. And then, well, that's a lot of typing right here. You can avoid that, but just putting comma. And then say, I got that, comma, and then that, and semicolon to close, and delete all of these, and you are good to go. All of these, now you have 3 buckets, 3 storage, okay? All of them are the same type, okay? There's 3 of them. Pop quiz, any values stored in them right now at this point?
No.
Not at all. This bucket, the name of this bucket is my age. Name of this bucket is Tony's age. And name of this bucket is Shobuz's age, but it has nothing in it. You cannot assign it in this same line, however. you have to go into a next line and then assign it. So for example, you would have to go into another line and then say Tony's age, I want it to be 25. Okay, and then semicolon to close. Now you have Tony's age in this bucket, 25. Make sense? And then you
Yes.
can do my age and then Shobuz's age and put a number, and then that number is gonna stay there. Question?
No.
All right. So there is an example for that. Let's take a look at this example. You can add a plus sign to display multiple variables. Suppose I got this, Tony's age, I got my age equals 40. I got Shobuz's age equals 32. All right. Hey, will it work if I change this S to a capital?
That's fine.
It's
It
not
works.
going to work because remember Java is case sensitive. So if I hover over, it says, Shobuz's age cannot be resolved to a variable, meaning he's not being able to connect this Shobuz's age with this Shobuz's age.
Yeah.
Just because I got this letter capitalized right here, Java does not understand that this is the same thing as this. Okay? And it's telling you, okay, don't understand, but I can tell you what you can do. You can change it to lowercase Shobuz's age because I see you defined a variable up there. You created a storage name called Shobuz's age. Did you want to do that? And there's a whole lot of other things that you can do. But generally, the first one is the most helpful one. If I click here, this will get changed to a lowercase. And notice its color is going to change. See how the color changed? And if I click here, this gets highlighted. It's telling me, hey, buddy, this is the same thing as this. Just trying to warn me that there's a connection between this and this. If you don't see that, you made a mistake. Go correct it. Okay? All right. Now, what if I wanted to print these ages? Can I print them on one line? Of course. I don't have to do system.out.println multiple times. I can print them all in one place. And that's using this plus sign. Watch this. I can say, my age, I have to put in quotation, my age, and if I put a space, because I want that space, I don't want a number right away. And then if I put this plus sign, I can take this, whatever my age is, and paste it right here. Java is going to go look for that my age bucket and display this 40 right there. Okay, and print it out. So if I take this my age, copy that, and paste it right here. Java is first going to display my age, then a space, and then my age, which is nothing but the storage location, and then what's stored in that location is what's going to be returned in here and get printed. So if I do F11, notice I got my age is 40. I should write is in there for better. My age is 40. Okay? I can continue doing this, right? I can now, if I wanted to add more stuff, I can add a plus sign again. This is kind of like adding things, but really not mathematically adding anything. I can add a plus sign, and who can tell me, what if I wanted a line to be generated right after I wrote this? What do I need to put in this quotation?
/n.
/n as in Nick. That will give me a line. And then I can add another one and say Tony's, and I have to put in quotation because it's string. Tony's age, and let me maximize this. Tony's age is space, and put a plus again, and then take Tony's age variable, that variable name that I created, and put it right here. And now if I print this, I got my age is 40, which is this part with a plus sign, and then this /n gave me a line. And then Tony's age, okay, that part got printed right here. With Tony's age variable, immediately Java goes looking for where is Tony's age? Where is Tony's age? Right there, that's the variable. You stored it right there. What's inside that bucket? 25. That 25 will get right here. And this whole statement of print ln gives you this whole thing right here. Any question?
No.
No question.
Okay. What time is it right now?
It's 11:50.
10:51.
10:51 or 11:51?
I'm from Eastern time zone, so sorry.
Yeah, it's 10:51, almost 11.
Okay.
Yes.
I have two computers running. One computer is saying 11:51, and the other one is saying 10:51. This is weird.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, 10:51. We had fall back yesterday, so that's why.
right. And I was like, yeah, please be 10:51. Please be 10:51. That's good. All right. How do you feel so far?
I feel good.
Questions?
Not so far.
Okay. You understand these plus icons and how to do this. I had some data type demo to show you. Real quickly, let me just put all these things together and demo you on how they look like. But the gist of these things you've already got, so really nothing much in here for me. Just explain a couple of these data types for you, including string. We'll delete all this. Let me create a class and also show you how to do that. So we'll call it data type demo. So if we're going back Windows perspective, reset perspective, this will set everything back to how it was. Delete this. We'll save it. Okay. Package Explorer. I'm going to delete this whole thing. You can right click and delete. It will delete everything out. So last weekend we saw how we created a project. What you do is every weekend we have a class. You create the project with the class name, and you keep your notes there. Go to File, New, and usually should say Java project, but it's not saying that. File, New project. Why is it not saying that? I know there's another way to do it, but File, New. If it doesn't click on Other or File, New, go to Project, gives you the same window here. Look for Java, expand it out, and you're going to find that same option. It's called Java project. Hopefully your window doesn't show it this way. It should have a Java project there. Click next. It's going to ask you for give me a project name. Name it the same as our class variables and operators. And I'm going to do Pascal case, and which is totally acceptable. Variables and operators. I'm using, guys, Java 11. I don't want you to use Java 11. I've seen some issues with it, but I want to experiment it out. You have Java 8. You won't see any difference whatsoever. That's all that's mentioned here. If you wanted to change it, you would have changed it here, but don't change anything. I would finish. And it's telling me discourage module name by convention. Module name usually starts with a lowercase letter, but it still works. It's discouraged, but it still works. You can say create. And if you get this window, you can just say open perspective. And in here, if you get a file like this, if you open this up, you expand it open, you go to this source, and you have something like this, you can delete that. Right click and delete. You don't need it. Sometimes it adds on it. If that happens, just delete it. You should have a blank slate here with the source code. Right click on this source and go to new and type and click on project package. All your codes have to be in packages, and you can have more packages than one. You click on package, it will tell you what do you want this package name to be. And in here, we're going to call this variables, same thing, variables. But package name, it has to be all lowercase. Variables and operators and no space. And then if I say finish, it's going to create a package for me. With this white color, what that means is it's blank right now. Nothing in it. Now, inside this package, I want to create code. Your code always has to go into something called class. If you click on class, it's going to give you this window and ask you what is the name of the class you want. Cursor will be blinking right where the name is. You type in, we're about to do what? Data type demo. Okay. So I'm going to type data type demo. This is Pascal case, capital D-A-T-A type demo. All right. Capital D-E-M-O. Data type demo. That becomes the class name and the file name as well. Now, if you forget to select this where it says public static void main, then it's not going to give you that public static void main stub, method stub. But you can write it yourself. So this time I'm not going to select it. In case you forget to do that and you click finish and you get to this point right here and you're like, I see public class and this is the name I gave, data type demo. Don't worry about this for now. I'll explain this another day. But you're like, where did that public static void main go? I thought I should have that. And then your program doesn't run. And then you need that. The shortcut that I showed was MAIN and then control space and hit enter. And it gives you that stub. Okay. All right. And now inside this public static void main is where your code is going to go. So you create a couple of spaces and then start here. let me store a whole bunch of these things. So you saw we can do int and then give it a name age, and we can have, let's say, 40 in here, and that will be okay. We can do string. Let me do the string last. So I can do, let me start in a sequence, so it's going to be better. Boolean, you saw Boolean, and let's say I name it true or false. I give it a name, and in here, if I don't store anything, and if I wanted to print it out, if I print that baby out here, sorry, didn't copy that. If I print that out, it has nothing in it. It's going to give me an error right now. It says it may have not been initialized. So you would have to put in something in here. I could say, let's say true. Right? Now you have something in it that you can actually print it out. Okay. And if I print this, it's going to give me, it's giving me an error. Launch error. I may have to restart it. Let me check something here. Sometimes Eclipse will throw some errors. F11. Yeah, I'm gonna have to restart Eclipse. Something went wrong. If that happens, just go ahead and restart. It resets everything. Exit. Don't save.
Can we take 5 minutes?
Yeah, actually, it's 11 o'clock right now. Let's take 5 minutes break and come back.
Okay.
Hey, are you guys back?
Yeah, we're back.
All right. So I had to restart it. I don't know why it wasn't working. Sometimes it can happen to you. Just go ahead and restart Eclipse and it starts working. Created the same thing. I just changed the project name into lowercase with dashes in it. Didn't want to take a chance, and I'm using Java 11, which I've seen has some issues. So I don't know if it's about that version or not. But anyway, same package name and class name, and here I am. And let me just go ahead and list some of these things that you can store. You can have int that you saw. We can do Boolean, and you can give it any variable name. Sometimes people just want to use very small, which is not very descriptive, but it might just get work done fast. And if no one else is using that, or all will be using that, you can use this. Boolean B will either store true or false, so I'll go ahead and use the word true here. You will see good use out of it later on. There is something called char, and I'll call it C, and I can put a single quote and a character, let's say A right here, and then semicolon. I want you to see how it looks like. So age, it's going to look like 40. You already know that, which is the same thing as here. If I printed, let's say, Boolean, if I printed this B, F11, you're going to get the value true. Okay. Right there. If I printed the C, I'm not going to get this A. Watch this. See, if I print this now, well, you got A, but sometimes it's going to give you ANSI number assigned to this A. More of that we'll explain later on, but it could be Java 11 or I don't know, because I used to get the ANSI number back. And then if I do float, want to store float, let's call it F just for quick sake right now. And I can put a decimal, but I have to use the word letter F with this decimal number that I have. Otherwise, it's going to give me an error. I don't know why they designed it that way, but this is how it has been in Java. So most folks don't use float, they use double. Now that's the beauty of double, is it can store bigger numbers. Let's call it D equal, and I can put this 10.0, but don't have to put the letter F next to it. That just looks pretty ridiculous, so that's why most folks don't use that. Why was it done it that way? I don't know. This is how they have done this. So if I wanted to print these other things here, let me go ahead and copy this. Let's say these three right there. These two, and here F and D, and run this. Nothing fancy. You're going to get all of these data that you stored into these elements. Okay. And you also know that if I have something like a byte, all right, byte, let's say BY, just name it whatever for now. And if I put in a number that is pretty big, it's not going to be able to store. Let's say I'm just going to put something like this. It's going to give me an error. If I hover over, it's going to say type mismatch again. It says cannot convert from int to byte. He's thinking this is a big number. He knows that that's going to be int, but you're trying to store it in a location called byte. This byte only can store a small number, not this big number. And again, you can look at the chart and see how big of that is. But if I put a small number, let's say 235, and it's going to be still big for it. Let's see. Possibly. How about 23? Yeah, 23 works. So it has to be within that range, which I don't have it memorized and nobody needs to, but you can figure that out by looking at the chart.
127.
127?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, that cannot be more than 128.
So let's try 127. Thanks for remembering that. I never do. There's 127, no error. But if I put 128 and the error line shows up, says type mismatch. So that's how it's gotta be. But just use int for that, and you don't have to use the byte. Short and long is also extra too much. You don't have to use those. Again, F11 gives you these variables. Any questions about this? Okay.
No question.
My next slide, we're not going to be using this, but I have this method here, and it has notes and how to use it. You can, if you want to. I don't have any homework for you to use this one either, but you're welcome to read it the way you want to. Copy, delete, refactor. Anytime you create a class and you want to change the name of this class, it's not that easy as any Word document changing names and stuff. Why? Because some other programs and classes may be using this class name, and it's very important that other classes also get changed the same way. Anytime you're changing name, therefore it's called refactor, not really like you're changing the name. It's called refactor. You have to go into this, right click and look for refactor. You have to click on that, and then it's going to give you this window. You can do several things. You can move up and down, whatnot. But for now, if I wanted to change the name, I would say refactor, then rename. And this refactoring is pretty smart. If any other classes are using this, then it will also go ahead and change it there, and your program will still be running fine. I could call it demo, data type demo 1, and finish, and it's going to safely change that class name to that, and any other classes that use that will also get changed. I want to change it back to normal. How about this? If I wanted to copy and create another one, I showed you that. You can do that. Right click and copy. But you have to select which package it's going to go to. So I would have to click on this package here. And then if I press Control V, it will also paste it in here with asking me that you would have to give it another name or something, or data type demo 2. I just say data type demo and then hit OK. And there we have it now. Okay. And I can go back, and let's say I have too many, I wanted to delete it. You can take this, right click and delete. And that's going to delete that for you. It's going to, Windows going to pop up and say, would you like to, sure, are you sure you want to delete it? And that's gone. Double click on it, opens up right here. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. Notice this warning sign. The value of local variable is, the by is not used, is what's saying. This is not going to stop your program from running, but it tells you that you have created this byte and then called by, but you never used it. meaning you have it storage, but you never really did anything to even print it out. So that will go away if you use it. So if I copy this, paste this here, and then use by, and then Control S for save, that error went away. I used everything. And I can do F11, and that byte by is also going to get displayed. So if you see errors like that, it's not a big deal, but it's not fancy for you to have variables declared here, but you never really used it. It just shows you were trying to do something, but you forgot to do it, or you know, it doesn't give your work 100% completion. Next concept is class versus main method. Okay, you saw that when we created a class, let's say I create a class, I'm gonna right click on variables and operators, go to new, and then create a class, and it's gonna give me a window to name a class. I'm gonna call it class versus main method. And I'm not going to choose public static void main this time. I'm just going to say finish. And it gives me this this file with something that says public class and then this name. Notice this name is the same name as this file name, which is class versus main method. They have to be exactly same, and they're case sensitive. If I change this to a lowercase c, it's gonna give me an error. Okay, you can't do that. All right, it has to be exactly case sensitive stuff. You have something called package up here. Pay attention to that. That also has a meaning to it. You will see it shortly. Can I write system out print ln? It doesn't even recognize. It gives me something like this. It's not understanding that I can do that here. Okay, even if I type in system dot, notice it doesn't give me that out option. It still gives me error because you cannot write code inside the class. You can write code inside something called a method. It has to be inside a method. And the method that you saw was called main. Something looked like this: public static void main, and then all that. And then you wrote your code here. Now if I type in the word system and put a dot, it tells me there are some of these things you can do. What would you like to do? Well, I can take the out and dot, and it says there's more things you can do with that. Well, I know that I can do print, and then I can type in my name. Okay, now it's gonna work. So there is a difference between this class and then method. Now let's take a look at this class here. The class name is the same as your file name, and it starts with the curly brace and finishes with the curly brace. This is the opening of that, and this is the close of that. You cannot have any code down here that's gonna throw an error. With me so far? Guys?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You cannot
Yes.
write anything after this bracket. I mean, this is very, very important. A lot of the times you're like, I don't understand. And we're going to be like, who cares about this bracket? I'll just write it here. But Java cares about it. You cannot write any code outside this bracket. Notice if I click right here, this gets highlighted. It's telling me it started here and finished right here. If I click here, this will get highlighted, telling me this is the start of that and this is the finish of that, and it really matters. Then you have these 2 extra lines. You don't need these 2 lines. Take it out. Even though you don't have anything there, take it out. Don't keep it there. Now, inside this, you have to have the method, And inside the method, you have to have the code. And that method was main method. Okay. Now, if I say main and slash and that, it gives me this. Watch this. I know this is a method because it doesn't have, well, notice the class name. After the class name, immediately it starts with a curly braces. But method name doesn't start immediately with curly brace. It starts with a parenthesis. Open and close parenthesis, and then it starts with the curly braces. And if I click here, this gets highlighted. This starts here and this closes here. So these are the differences that I'm going to explain to you in this slide. Here's the public class, my class. This is the name. You can assign whatever you want to. And there's that method right here, main method. And then inside the method, we wrote hello world. So what's the difference between class and method? Class contains the keyword class. Immediately before the word my class, it's gonna say it's a class. Notice method doesn't say it's a method, but class will say it's a class. It's the first letter has to be uppercase. Look at this. My class, it has to be uppercase. And it opens with the curly braces that we talked about right here. Opens with the curly braces. And class name equals the same as file name. Your my class is the same as myclass.java that's going to store in your computer. That's going to be the name of the file. Now on methods, the first letter is always lowercase. Look at this, main. That's a lowercase m. It's a method. It opens with parentheses right here. That's a parenthesis. It didn't open with immediately curly braces. All right. It performs some sort of actions, which is you're about to define right here. All right. Which is, for example, print ln. It's going to perform something that's inside it. And look at this. This print ln happens to be a method. It's a lowercase p, and immediately after that, it has a parentheses. You just observe that there's a method inside a method, and then you can keep on doing this. You can have method inside a method inside a method, and then have more methods inside more methods. That's where Java gets a bit complicated, but I will walk you through so that it's not going to be that difficult. Now, Shobuz, you asked me about string, like, can you tell me what string is and stuff? Let's talk about what a non-primitive is, and I'll explain what the string is. Guys, you have a computer memory, and then you have a certain spot for certain type of data type you want to store. If you say Boolean, Java is fun, you name this. This is you created a name. There's your data type. And then in this name, you store true. Immediately, that gets stored into Boolean memory type into your computer. Okay? If you were to do char or car, my letter, and you called this my letter, a storage name, and you wanted to store S, the letter S, this is going to get stored in here. Immediately, that's going to go into this car memory space, and it's going to store there. Okay? Here's 1 second. Sorry about that. Take a look at the int. We called it int location and stored, gave it a name, age, stored number 26. When we do that, immediately it looks for the int location of the memory and stores it. Okay? Now, if I say, do I have a string right here? I don't. It doesn't have a string memory spot. Okay? It never came with one. it has only these basic ones. But if I wanted to store Stein in one of these, I would say, okay, character stores S, so maybe I can store there. It's going to throw me an error. Why? Because it can only store one character at a time. It cannot store more than one character. Okay? String is a sequence of characters. Stein is a sequence of more than one character. Okay? One or more characters is called a string. So that string, this Stein is not going to work for this my name. So what's the solution? Well, somebody created a class. Somebody created a code in something called string with a capital S. Okay? And when you say string and then give it a variable name, my name, and put Stein, you have to put double quote. This is a typo. Instead of this going directly to car, because that will give it an error, it goes through a code processor. It actually, pay attention, it goes through a class. It goes through a class called string. That means somebody wrote this. Somebody created a class just like we've been creating one and then writing code in it. And there's that main method there. Somebody has something called class string, and they have some code in there that takes this Stein that you just said and breaks it down into individual letters, okay, and then takes those and somehow incorporates into this car memory spot. With me so far? This is probably the most complex thing to understand, but it will come to you. So don't worry about it right now. And that is why this string S is not a primitive data type. So we call it somebody created it. And guess what? With Java, you can create your own data type just like string. And you will see how that comes into play. This is where the advanced Java will come into play. But if you don't get this concept right now, don't worry about it. Okay? Every now and then I'm going to touch on this and get to this a little bit more. Questions though?
No.
Okay. This is where the idea come in, object. What is an object in Java? Actually, object is the same thing as a class, meaning this file, this right here is an object. Okay? This file right here is like an object. I want you to imagine object is like a robot that has some storage space. And let's take a look at what we have, or something like this. It can store things and do things, right? Every class is called an object. So whenever you name this, like right here, I have class versus main method, that's an object. Data type demo, that's an object. All of these classes are objects. String is an object, meaning somebody wrote a class called string, and they have some methods and codes there that we use. Objects need to be instantiated or activated, more of that shortly. String is the only object that does not require instantiation. You will also see an example of that. Instantiated object can be called using reference variable name. I have to demo you to explain this. That's why I hate concept first, but I needed to touch base on this. The magic word is new. You will see how that comes into play. This is one of the 50 keywords that we talked about. And reference name is same as variable name. And you will see what we mean about that. This is how we call functions of a class. And I'm glad I can go into this visual for you. So watch this. Objects or classes have two things. So let's compare this with a robot that can store things and do things. What are the two things? First is called attributes. Attributes cannot do anything. It's just a static look of it or the property. For example, if you say string name robot, that will be an attribute. This robot has blue colors, if you notice. So if I say string color and then store this word blue, that will be an attribute of this robot. Same gray color, attribute. String shape, this has rectangular shapes, that will be an attribute. Age, int age equals 20, that's an attribute of this object. Now what's method then? Method and the attributes are stored. Attributes are something that's going to create a storage of the memory and it's going to store it there. That's it. It's going to sit there waiting for somebody to use it. Methods are something that is going to do some or perform some actions. Notice I put parentheses right here. Whenever you see parentheses, it's a method. So talk, when he's going to do something, like a movement, an action, it's a method. Get something with using his hand, that will be a method. Walk using his feet, that will be a method. Or you saw so far, print something, that's a method. And public static void main, which also helps you write your code to do something, is also a method. Can you identify what's an attribute and a method? Looking at this, let's go back to this class right here. So I want you to imagine this class like that robot object. If I write int age 30, Tony, is that an attribute or a method?
The int age 30 is a attribute.
Is an attribute. Very good. It's a characteristics. Okay, attribute of that robot. If I say Boolean what true, Shobos, is that an attribute or method?
It's an attribute.
It's an attribute. If I say south, and here I write age, Loretta, is this attribute or method?
Method.
How do you know that?
It has a bracket.
Correct. It has these parentheses, and notice it is doing something. It's gonna do something. It's gonna have some action related to it. So this is not gonna be attribute. It's gonna be called method or perform actions. Okay. If you understand these two things, that an object has some characteristics, and it can do some things, that's it. This is the foundation of Java. And what you create, like for example, this class or this object that you created, if you put it online, anybody can call your class name and be able to do things that you have it listed here. You see what I mean? This Java has been there in the market for over 20, 30 years. It didn't change much. Why is human getting so smart? Why is technology getting smarter? The concept is right here. 20 years ago, somebody wrote some code that we don't have to rewrite it. We use their code, existing methods that does some mathematical things for us, like artificial intelligence, for example. Some folks wrote some things and we can put together using Java, meaning you don't have to create everything from scratch. If somebody already wrote some code, you can take that code and go make it better, go extend it. You don't have to recreate their work. And that is why with this object-oriented philosophy, you will see how technology is getting so much faster with this idea. Questions before we move forward?
No questions.
More of that will come later. Now let's go ahead and do this last part for our homework. It's what time right now? 11:39. Okay, I think we can get this done really fast. So we have printed stuff, but we didn't take any input from user. How do we get user input? Like you have to type in something and then you get something. For that, you have to use, somebody created this class called scanner. Okay, you can call it scanner class, where I'm not gonna call it class anymore. I'm gonna call it scanner object. But you know that means when I say object, that means it's a class file. Where is it located? It's right here, guys. Let me take a zoom in. Remember I talked about there's a library of codes? That JRE system library? That scanner class is located somewhere here. Okay, I don't know where right now. I have to dig up on it, but it has a lot of codes in there. These are called jar files. Okay, look at this. There's packages. Same package that we created. Look at these classes. These are system level class codes. You're welcome to double click on it and see what they did. These are the programmers who created the original Java code right here. Okay, I don't want you to look at it and panic like, oh, I don't understand a thing out of it. Me neither, guys. You don't need to. So let me get out of this. Close all. Save. And close this. I can just stay right here for now. So data type demo, let me go ahead and create another class. User input. So right click on the package name, new class called user input demo. Demo means I'm demonstrating it to you. I'm not going to say public static void main anymore because I want you to see how it's written. So I got this class. Don't need that extra line. I will go in here, click a couple of enters, go in the center, write main method. All your code has to start in main method. For now, I'll have more info on this next weekend. So in here, I'm going to write my code for the scanner stuff. Let's take a look at that presentation here. So what do you have to do to write, to use this something called scanner? Scanner class or object, it's going to take user input, has the capability to take user input. First, you have to write the word scanner. Has to match the case, which is uppercase S. After you write scanner, you have to give it a name. Your choice. You decide. notice that it's kind of like the same thing that I showed you. We say data type first. We said int a, and then we give it our name, any name we wanted, like age, and then we put an equal sign, and then we put 40. This is the same way. What you're gonna do is you're gonna write the word scanner, C-A-N-N-E-R. All right, write the word scanner. That is basically the name of the class. Again, kind of like the same thing you did with string. String, you gave it, said my name. Oops. And then you said Stein or John. All right, you stored John into my name and some data type called string. Well, now you need this called scanner, same as string, similar as string. String is a class or object, scanner is a class and object, and you give it the name you want. We'll call it input. Okay, I'm just going to call it input. Can I call it anything like A? Can I call it my name? Sure. I mean, you can call it whatever you want to. Meaningful name is nicer. I'm going to say input. Okay, now I'm going to have this equal sign just like I had the equal sign before. Okay, this is where the magic happened, guys. If I say the word new, if I say the word new, and then if I use the same word, new scanner, and put it right here. Let me take you to this PowerPoint presentation here. So if I write this scanner word and give it a name, that name is called reference name. Okay. So this input is the reference name. Notice it's the same as a variable name. Variable name, reference name, same thing. But when I'm doing anything other than variables, it's referred to as reference name, but they seem same thing. So if I do scanner reference name, put an equal sign, and put the word new and the word scanner, immediately this reference name gets all the powers, all the capabilities of that scanner. It doesn't get that capability until I give it this keyword called new scanner. Okay, like this. I can, just like I could say string name and I don't add anything to it. This name is an empty bucket right now. I could also do this. I could say scanner input and I didn't add anything to it. This will still work. But not until if I don't add name equal, let's say, Tracy, this name doesn't get assigned this until I do that. Same thing for scanner input. Until I say input is equal to, I have to say new, and notice how it lights up. New scanner, this input will never get that power or the capability. This takes a little bit of an explanation. Now, before I do that, let me finish off. Not every places you need anything else here, but for this particular one, you have to add this part called system.in. So just memorize this part with this, that you're going to need the system.in. Now, I want to go a little bit back in here and explain. And Shobuz, this is part of your question about string. What does it have? How does it work and things? Notice here I created a container called string for string, gave it a name called name. Okay. And over here with this statement, I stored Tracy inside that container called name. So the Tracy goes in here. Container has something, right? Now, look what happens. Let me get back here. If I take this age right here, take this word, sorry, age, and if I put a dot, notice nothing happens. Nothing happens. It gives me an error. It's like, what are you talking about? Why are you putting a dot here? That primitive type doesn't have any other power other than just to store data. That's it. But because string is an object, here, when I assigned my name as a string, if I type in my name here, watch this. If I say my name and say dot, look at this. It tells me, hey man, I am a string and somebody wrote and designed me and I'm a robot. The robot that I showed you. Look at this, methods. What are these? All of these are methods. Okay. It can do things. How do I know it's methods? Because it has brackets. So everything this guy wrote about string, I can use. Okay. Everything. And I'll show you a lot of these that are going to be very, very useful. It doesn't work with primitive, but it works with objects that's a string. So now, notice with this string name and then I assign John, this automatically became powerful there without the word new. This is the only exception. String does not need the word new. But you can write it if you want to. You can say string new and then new string and not have that. It's not gonna complain much. It's still gonna work. Okay, but not needed because it's built into the system. Bear with me, guys. I know this is like super confusing right now, and this is the threshold you have to break. And if you can break this threshold, you are home free with Java. So just recapping that this my name is not just a storage space for John, but you can do a lot of things with my name. Let me go back and show you one example right now. I don't want to do too much. I can say print. Yeah, of course I could say print my name. It's going to print John. All right, let's take a look at it. There, it printed John. But if I say dot, my name dot, there's a whole lot of thousands of methods, but I could choose one called to uppercase. See how it kind of narrows down if I type in to uppercase. I can choose this to uppercase and then execute my program, and it gives me that John in uppercase. If I can also say how big is this word? How many letters are there? I could say something like, if I put my name, put a dot, and there's something called length, and if I just want to print that, run the program, it gives me there's 4 letters. Guys, with me so far, give me some verbal. I can't see your faces, so.
Yeah, I understand.
With me so far?
Yeah.
It's like magic, guys. It's like magic. Okay. Now let's take this same concept to the scanner. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna call the same thing. It's kind of like similar way I did string and then name and then John. I'm going to say scanner. Soon as you say that, and then say, give it a name, we call it, let's say, input. And then equal to, I put the word new. This input word becomes that powerful, gets all the power of this scanner class, whoever wrote all those classes. Okay, and then last part you have to do here is system.in. If you type in system dot and then it's gonna give you that hint, and then you use that. Okay. Before I move forward and show you the power of this input, you're probably wondering, well, he may have made some mistake because there's like this underlined red line. Well, yes. Right now, Java is like, I don't know, man. What is this? I don't know what that is. But if you hover over, and let me zoom in. So if I hover over, that error, it tells me scanner cannot be resolved as a type, meaning he still doesn't get it. But all he's waiting for is he's saying, are you talking about this scanner right here that somebody wrote in the file in the package called java.utility? And there's a whole lot of other ones too, but guys, that's the one. Java.utilities is like the number one folder package where they wrote very, very important code that we use. So if you say import this guy, import connection to this package, then all of a sudden he's going to understand what that is. So if I click here and all this error is gone, but what happened at the very top right here, if I scroll up, you notice that right in between where it says package and then class, this import java.util.scanner came in. Right. Now, do you have to do it that way? No. You can delete it yourself. You can type this whole thing yourself. For example, notice I deleted that and there's that error. He doesn't understand what that is, that scanner word, or whoever wrote the class. But if I say import, if I know exactly where that scanner class is located and type in java.util, see, it gives me suggestion that there is this util package right there. So if I hit enter, it's going to give me that. This star means all. Give me all the files that are kind of like that SQL command that you saw. Star means all columns in the table. If you put a star, it's like, I want give me all connections to all the files that are in util package. Yeah, you don't really need that. It wouldn't hurt if you had it. But if you wanted to be very specific, if you go back to that dot and put a dot again, it's going to give you a list of classes that are there. Okay, and if I type in, if I know it's a scanner with the capital SCA, it's going to narrow down to that and hit enter. And there you go. I have it now. The error is gone. With me so far?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is this input that I just named? Well, this guy got endowed with all the powers of the scanner class with the word new. What does that mean? That means I can now write input and put a dot, and it's going to give me all the things that this robot can do. Remember, this is an object, meaning it's a robot. This robot has some attributes and methods. I can call this robot by this reference name, which is called input. I get to name it. Can I call it scanner? Sure. then I can use the scanner word to see what it can do. Same thing. If I use this, put a dot, it's gonna give me the same list of capabilities it can do. Can I use the word scanner with the uppercase S? Will that work? Guys?
With an uppercase S? No.
It's not. Correct. You cannot use the class name as exact. You have to give it a name other than that. So some people like to call it reader, or some people don't want to do a whole lot, just say S. Okay? You can just say S and then put a dot here. Because this got power of all the scanner, now if you put a dot, it's going to give you all these methods. You get to choose which one you want. What do you want to do with it? All right. Let's give you an example, and this will clear things up. So suppose I have two variables here. Let me delete all this. I have an int called x. Again, not a good variable name, but I'm just showing you how to write these things like a demo. So we're just going to keep it short, 23. And then I have another int called y equals 34. And I can print this, print x. And guys, you can also add them right there. You saw that last time, and y. And if I print it now, it's going to add these two and give me 57. Okay? But what if I wanted this 23 not hard-coded here, but from my user? What if I wanted this 34 from my user? My user is going to give me any number, and I want it to print it out like that. Give me the add or addition of them. Well, then you're going to need that scanner thing that we talked about. Okay. So let's do it. You're going to first write the word scanner. Give it any name you want. I'll call it input just to be fancy. Equal to, put the magic word new. Write the same word that you wrote here, scanner, right here. You're giving a new scanner, creating a new scanner here. With the bracket inside, write system.in. Okay, and if it gives you an error, then hover over. It will first give you an error like this. Hover over and click import Java util. Click on that, and it imports this Java util scanner, and the error is gone. Okay, now this input gives you the option for user to input data. How are we gonna do this? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. If I say input and put a dot, it gives me several methods I can use. One is called input.next. Okay, next is for string. Anytime you want to take a string. Next line, next and next line, the difference between these two is next will just take the very next word, and next line will take the entire line. Then there's one called next int. It will take from user integer value. There's a double and so forth. I got right here, I want integer value. So I don't want hard coded, so I'm gonna block this out. I don't want that anymore. But I do need to create a storage. So what I can do is I can delete these 23 and not assign. I need an empty storage. Okay. If I say input.next int, notice it kind of narrows down and gives me that. And if I select that and hit enter, it gives me this part right here. If I do semicolon and close, I am done. this right here is going to create a box for me to type in the answer. Okay? If I run this program at this point, this is what happens. It's going to give me an error because of this. It's not finding any value. So let me just block this out. Run it. It's taking some time. Save it first. F11 to run. Let me reset the perspective. It shouldn't take this long. Perspective, reset perspective. Reset perspective. Run. Come on. It may need a restart. Let me just make sure that it's not unhappy. Just a quick 40 here. X. Save it. F11. Okay. No complaints there. Gave me 40. All right. It's probably complaining because I am not storing the input into anything. So let me just do that. It won't let me. So yeah. So far what we have here is we have these two variables. And maybe why it's complaining right now is because I did create this input option and I'm taking user input right here, but I'm not storing it anywhere. So you have to store this whole thing somewhere. Why don't we store this first, all of these into this X right here? So if I say X equals this input dot next int, and then print out this X right here, this should work. So let's save this and give it a kickoff. Yeah, it didn't like it first because I didn't store it anyway. So now it gives me this empty box right here. Notice I can click here and there's a cursor blinking. It's asking for some sort of input. And if I put, let's say 25 and hit enter, it's gonna print out this 25 right here. With me so far?
Yes, we're with you.
Okay, let's get fancy with this idea. Here we go. I want two numbers from users and I'm gonna add them and display them. So because I want two numbers from users, first I need two spaces to store those numbers. I don't care what you want to call it. You can call it num1. You can call it num2. Doesn't matter. You just created two memory spots. For easy drawing, imagine like this. Here's for num1, and there's for num2, and you got nothing in it. All right. Now, with this code here, scanner input, you created a magic word called input. This input can do a lot of things for you. For example, this input.nextInt, this command is going to create this spot for you right here. And in this spot, it's going to take whatever you enter. First, it's going to get it out to this right here. Okay. So whatever you type in here, it's going to go to this guy. And this guy is going to look at it and say, oh, you got an equal sign here? That means you're trying to assign me to somebody? This 25 number is going to get assigned to X. Okay. And Java is going to be like, well, I am storing X somewhere. I should change this to num1 now. No longer X because I changed it to num1. So this 25 is going to get stored into num1, and Java is going to look for the storage space and say, oh, there's that num1. I'm going to store this 25 right here. Understand? Same thing. If I type in num2 equals input dot next int, Java is going to ask for another data. It's going to take it from here, go to that part, store it into num2, and that's going to get stored right there. So let's do this now beautifully, okay? One step at a time. First, I did create these spots. Second, I created this magic word called input. Third, I want to print something for the user. So let's say South, and we're going to say enter first number. All right. If I print this now, it's going to print like this. Okay. It's just going to print like this. Enter first number and nothing. I can type in something. It's not going to let me type in anything. But if I say, I want you to create this input dot next int, choose this one, and I want to take whatever the user inputs and store it into num1 with an equal sign. Control Shift F will align it. Now that first, if I run it now, this is what happens. It's gonna say enter first number, and if I click here, it's gonna blink and it's gonna let me enter the number. I can say 25. Hit enter. There's nothing else in the program, so it doesn't do anything more. Okay. Somebody wrote something I didn't see. Can you verbally tell me if there's anything? Are you guys with me here?
Yeah.
Okay. If I now, let me get this out of here. If I now write system.out print the second number, right? And then do the same thing here that I have for num2. I'm just going to change this to num2, and same code, input.nextInt. Then it's going to ask this twice. So let's see how it looks like. F11, there's the first one, asking for, let's say I put 25. Hit enter. It's going to say enter first number, should say second. Second number. Put the second number, 32. It's not going to do anything else. That's it. It's just stored and it's done. Now I wanted to add them up and then display. So I will go in here and say South. If I take this num1 and num2 and add them up, and it's going to show up here. So let me just say the sum. Hold on a second. the sum of those numbers, put a space and put a plus sign here. I can add these two right in here. Num1 and num2. I'm going to have to put an extra bracket here to make the computer understand that I'm just adding these two together. Let's run it now and see what happens. F11, enter first number, 25, enter. Enter second number, 35, hit enter. The sum of those numbers, now it gave me 60. Question, guys?
No questions.
If I wanted, I could add and store it in a separate storage. For example, I could call another storage, create one called int, and call this result. And I could take this num1 that I got from the user and this num2 I got from the user and add them together with a plus sign. Okay. And semicolon to close. This num1 and num2 will get added and will be stored inside this storage called result. And then I could just go ahead and print this result right here instead of doing this right here. That can be done as well. Let's see how that looks. So I could go in here and instead of that, I could just say result. Run it again. Here it's asking me, enter first number, 55, enter. Enter second number, 67, enter. The sum of those numbers is got added right there. What if I didn't want this to go into a next line? I want it to go right there. You can take this ln off and take this ln off. It's gonna be on the same line. So kick it off again. Enter first number, 55. Notice it stays there. Second number, 67. And hit enter. The sum of those numbers, 122. Questions?
No.
All right, guys, let's take 5 minutes break for this to marinate, and we'll get back to one example for you and then explain the homework, and we should be done for this class. Are you guys back?
Yeah, we're back. Or I'm back at least.
All right, Shabuz, Desmond, are you guys okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, folks, next few slides. I know I took a lot of time for these, but next ones, I'm going to go pretty fast and slow me down if you don't understand something, because I don't really know how much you got this. Maybe it's getting too easy or too difficult. Can't tell. I have a lot of operators that I need to show you, so do it really fast here, and it's going to be repeated work. You're going to notice. In Java, you have 8 different kinds of operators, and they're called arithmetic operators, unary, assignment, relational, logical, ternary, bitwise, and shift. Today, I'm going to go over these 4 real quickly. It's very basic. You already know this stuff, but you're going to show you how to use it. Next class, we're going to expand on some of these other ones, and that's all there is to it, folks. Let's talk about arithmetic operators. It's nothing that you haven't seen. If you want to add something, use the plus sign, minus sign for subtraction. Shift 8 will give you the star symbol. Use that for multiplication, division. Modulus is something you probably may have heard or not. What it is if you have done a division in your high school, when you take 32 and divide it by, let's say, 6, 6 goes into 32 5 times, and that gives you 30. That is your quotient, or we used to call that the answer. And the remainder right here is what is obtained by using this symbol called modulus. So if I do 5 divided 5 modulus 2, well, let's, this is going to give you 7, and this is going to give you 2, and this is 6. This is going to give you 4. So if you did that, it's going to give you 5 would go into 5 2 times, and the remainder is going to be 1. So in Asia, we did this way. 2 would go into 5 twice. That would give me 4. And subtract 4 from 5. That would give me 1. That 1 is going to be the answer for the modulus, or the remainder. Increment and decrement, we'll talk about it in the example I'm going to show you. So I'm going to create a class called arithmetic operators and give you an example. Right click on package, new class called arithmetic operators. I'm going to take public static void main for making it faster. Guys, I'm not going to put a space right now to save space in the program. So I'm going to start writing right away. Let's go ahead and call the scanner. We're going to take user input. Scanner, let's call it short S, equals new scanner system.in, and close that. Hover over and import scanner util, and now you're good. In here, so you got this S at your disposal as a power. Now, I want to take 2 variables from the user. Let's call int number 1, and not going to assign any value because we'll take it from the user. Int num2, and also not going to assign any value. Now, first, for beautification's sake, we're going to say, let me tell my user what to do. So please type a number, okay? And that's going to prompt the user type a number. And then now we want to take the number from the user and store it here. So I take this num1 as my storage. And what am I going to put in the storage? That goes with the equal sign. And I'm not going to put 40. That would be hard coding, or 50. I would say this magic reference variable, which is S, and put a dot and say next int. Okay, that will allow me to take user input and store it here. That will give me num1. I don't want a line or zip print. Copy this whole thing, paste it here, type another number. Type another number. This time I wanted to store it into num2, which is this one. Okay. Same command here. And then I want to add these two and use those operators. So I can do it right here in when I print it out. So we'll just do it to save space. So we'll go in here and say sum of those numbers with a plus sign, and in brackets I can take num1 plus num2, and if I run this code at this point, let's see how it looks like. Run it again. There, type a number. If I type in 15, hit enter. Type another number, let's say 30, hit enter. It tells me the sum is 45. With me so far?
Yes, we're with you.
Okay. Let's extend this idea farther. So I got that. Now I already got the user input. I don't need anything else. I can start adding, subtracting and stuff. I could take this line and this time copy, paste several times. I don't know if I'm going to need all that, but I'll just gonna do that right now. This time I'm going to say addition, subtraction. Not a good way to put it. Subtraction, I can put a minus sign. Multiplication. Or multiply, I can put a star right here. Divide. And I just have to put this / there. And remainder. And put the % sign right there. And the other two that we talked about, increment by 1. What this does is if I take this, I'm not sure if this is going to work here. Let's see. If I take this num1 and put a plus right next to it, it's going to increment whatever the user gives me by a 1. Meaning if they give me 15, it's going to become 16. Let's see if that works. So at this time, run. Here's type first number 20, second number 10. Let's make it let's say 6 to make it interesting. Did not give me a lines break, so that doesn't look nice. So we're gonna put ln right here. So give me a line break between all of these. Run it again. First number 20. Enter. Second number 6. Notice their sum is 26. Subtraction is 14. Multiplied those two, 120. Divide, got a 3. It's not gonna give me the decimals. It's only gonna give me the integer value of it. And who can tell me, what if I wanted the decimals in here as well? What do I have to do?
It's got
Huh?
A double, not an int.
A
Oh
double.
no. Yeah.
Right. But do I need to change this to double, or can I change the double to here?
Can't you force do it with a?
What's the word?
Oh man, what was it?
It's a C word. Casting.
Yeah, casting. Yeah, that's the
Casting.
one. But
So,
you can force do it there.
correct. So I could force it right here and say double. Okay. So what happened? This whole result supposed to give me a decimal answer, but I am storing these answers in an int. It's only going to give me the int value. All the decimals are going to be thrown out. But I can force this guy on the left side with the parentheses, put double. It's going to force it to a decimal. Let's see if that works. I'm not always 26. And it did give me decimal, but didn't give me the value after. So it just gives me, it doesn't give me those decimal points that it comes up in the calculator. Let me check this, how to report that with mathematics, but maybe I do need to store both of them into double first and then divide and then get that. That could be a reason. But anyway, for now, just gonna leave it that. You can experiment with it. Forgot to show you how it incremented. So 20 and 6 increment by 1 didn't work here. Let's try it here. If I store int result equals num1 plus plus, let me see if that works. That works, guys. Here's what's happening. User, whatever the number user gives me, num1, for example, it got stored right here. Num1. When I gave 20, I got that. If I want to use this plus plus symbol after the num1, it will change, it will remain this way, and as soon as that command hits, that num1 will get changed. What does that mean? Meaning I don't even have to store this here. I can just type num1 plus plus, num1 plus plus, and then close this. Java is going to look for num1, whatever the value is stored there, let's say 20, he's going to add 1 to it, and it's going to become 21, and no more 20. This is going to get deleted. New memory for num1 is going to be 21. Now, if I print that num1, I'll be able to see that that got changed to 21, not 20 anymore. So let's take a look at that. If I run it, it's asking me, what do you want? First number 20, second number 6. Look at this, increment by 1. Because I had this command num1, it got now changed to 21. I could do the same thing with a minus minus. Decrement by 1. You could take num2 and then put a minus minus, and it will decrement by that, num2. And 26. Take a look at the results. Give me a second. All right, guys, any questions on this? Do you see that it incremented the 6 that I added got reduced to a 5? Any questions about plus, plus, and minus, minus?
No, no questions.
That's all for this arithmetic operations for now. Let's move on to the next one, typecasting you saw. Assignment operator is where you assign something to one from the right side to the left side. I want to demo you. Look at this right here. If I put plus equal to, instead of you looking at it here, let's do it on this example. Windows perspective, reset perspective. I'm going to create another class called assignment operator. Select the public static void main and finish. Here's my assignment operator. Here, I want to have the same scanner, input, and so forth, and take the first part of user input. So I got 2 users inputs right there. And now, if I wanted to use this plus equals, what I can do is I can take this num1, I can print out these guys. Num1, and let's print num2. Let's run this and see if it works. So far so good. Enter a number, 15, 10. It's going to say first number was 15, second number is 10. So far so good. Watch what happens if I write num1 plus equals, if I put plus and then equal num2, plus equal num2, what happens is first it's going to add, you want to use this symbol first. The one that comes to the left is going to be the first one. So what you do is take that num1 and add it with num2, and then go ahead and assign it back to num1. What does that mean? You got this memory space right here. Your num1 and num2, if I say 15 right here is num1 and num2 is 10, if I execute this operation, what happens is computer takes this num1 and adds it with this num2 with that first symbol that comes up. So num1 plus num2 is 15 plus 10 equals 25. With me so far? You can keep your mic on and talk to me, okay?
Okay.
And once that 20, we got that 25, now you use that equal operator, which means take that result and give it to this guy or assign it to this guy. That means this result, here's the num1, it's going to get replaced. So 15 will get replaced by 25. Now you will never get that 15 back. New number that's going to be stored in num1 is going to be 15. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see how that looks like. If I were to print now, if I were to say south, I didn't put T, and say changed num1, with the plus and really pull that num1 there. So let's see what happens. Here's asking for first number, let's say 15. Second number, 10. Here, first it was 15, so that was that right here. When I printed this num1, 15. And then second num2 was still there. But after I executed this statement, that num1 got changed, and now it's 25 if I were to print that number. Any question about this?
No, no questions.
All right. So let's really quickly explain you the other ones, and then we can move on. So I could also do some of these like this. I could do minus equals to, multiply equals to, divide equals to, and modulus equal to. You're probably hardly ever going to use this for automation purposes, except for this plus equals to and minus equals to. Otherwise, no. Now, I'm going to assign some smaller numbers and see how that works out with this. So let's do it this way here. So 3 and 2. 3 and 2. So next one we're going to do is subtract. Subtract num1. I'm going to make this smaller, x and y, to make writing easier. X, y, x.
You type as on the
Yes.
instead of that.
X, y, and we're going to do x is minus equals y, and print that out.
You need to change on line number 15 to X.
This one here? Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
X.
X.
Type X.
There.
Yeah.
Here we're going to say x equals and y equals, and we'll print out the y and see how that looks like. Same thing for these guys. Let's print 2. First number 3, second number 2. Plus x, and then another plus here. And that's the variable that I wanted to print out. I have to change it. And y equals y, I got that. So let's see. X. Three and 2. A space would be nice here. Take it off again. 3 and 2. Look what happened. First one, we plus assigned the y. Let me do this right here again. 3, 2. This 3 and 2 got added together, and we got 5. That 5 got assigned back to x, and that x got printed right here. Next line, this x is no longer 3. Now it's a 5. The 5 got added to the 2. Subtracted from the 2, which resulted us 3. That 3 got saved back into the x with this assignment symbol, and that got printed.
Hello.
Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
I see a bit of a silence here.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. It's just it's a lot of variables and just
It's
you know,
hard to keep track of, right?
yeah,
Hard to keep
exactly.
track of. So what's happening here is first you're doing, this is the same thing as if you were to write x is equal to x plus y. X plus y. And I'm going to put comment this out. So if you take the 3 and the 2, and let me take this user input thing out. Maybe that's going to be a little bit easier for you. It's too much code right here. So let's assign this as x equals 3, hard-coded, and y equals 2. Okay? If I say x plus equals y, it's going to add the 3 and the 2 first, x and the y, and then replace the value of x with that result. So whatever the result comes in here, which is going to be 3 plus a 2, and that's going to give us a 5, and that's what's going to get stored into x. So the ultimate result is going to be x equal to 5. With me there?
Yeah.
Yeah, with you.
Same thing here. Now what happened is, because this x is no longer 3, guys, because this statement just changed and messed up this 3. Now Java has 5 in the location of 3. So now it's no longer, after this execution, it's no longer 3. It's 5. And then if you do this execution, which you're taking the x, which Java is now has 5, subtract the y, which is 2. And that's going to be still going to be stored and replaced to that spot for x. So it's going to take the x, subtract the y. Latest x is 5. It's going to take that 5 and subtract the 2, equal to, it's going to give me 3. That 3 result is going to get assigned to the x. That means this 5 will get replaced by 3 again. With me here?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let me clean
Yeah, I'm
things
sorry.
up just a little bit. We're just going to print the value of x to see how that goes. This is too much for now, so let's just do that. If I run this code, our value of x right here after doing this should have been that we expected to be 5. And after we did this, our value of x should have been a 3. And that's what we got. Let's do a couple more, it will clear up. Here. What if I now take the x? Remember, our x value is right now, first cutoff was 5. That got cut off, and now we're standing at 3. Are you with me? And
Yes, I'm with you.
If I do division, is that what I have? Multiplication. Multiplication equal to y. Now what's going to happen? Now it's going to take that 3, which is the value of x right here, multiply that by the 2, which is the y, this multiplication sign, which is a 2. Result is 6. And that result is going to replace this x. So this 3 is going to be crossed off, and now it's going to be 6. If we print it, if we run it, there's your first one. There's the second. And there's the third. Got it?
Yeah.
Go a little bit deeper. Do it again. If I take the same thing, but we're going to do divide. Instead of multiplication, division. It's going to take the x, the current value of x, 6. Previous values are gone, guys. It has been replaced in Java. We'll never find it. So 6 divided by y is still 2. It's going to give me that 3 back again. And that 3 is going to get assigned to that x again. So if I print this x now, it's going to give me 3 again. Yes?
Yes.
What if I wanted to go a little bit farther and do this? So now x's value is no longer 6, it's 3 after that statement. And if I go in here and do x with that modulus symbol and then put equal to y, that means not only I'm going to have to divide the x by the y and find the remainder, but also replace the value of the x with that equal sign with that remainder. If I take this 3 divided by 2, 3 is the x, 2 is the y. It goes once, 2 times 1 is 2. Subtract, you got 1. That 1 is the remainder. That remainder is going to get assigned to this x again. That means over here, x will become 1 again. So if I printed this, and run it, there guys, the last one, right there. Any question about assignment operator?
No, no question.
Any part do you want me to explain again?
Not for me.
Shobuz, Desmond, you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay.
But do you have the videos? Yeah, we can download this.
Yes, absolutely. I'll have this so you can watch it again if you feel like it. And next weekend, if you have questions, you can also ask me. Also, you can text me if you needed a one-on-one session with me over the week. I can schedule that with you as well.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And I think I'm going to have an hour with you for during the week, Wednesday maybe or Thursday evening. I'll text you and I'll poll. If you want to, you can have an hour with me to go over the homework if you can't figure things out. But your homework is much easier than what I'm explaining you here. I just did that. Unary operators are, you don't need this for now. I'll explain this later. I don't want to increment, decrement. You got this. I'll explain. This is a little more detail. I think I overshot it wanted to give you so much, and maybe I need to back down a little bit. So we'll revisit this a little bit later to strengthen it. First, start using, then we'll go deeper into the rabbit hole. There is not much to explain in rational operators. You've seen this in your math class. Now, one thing for you to notice is in Java, equal sign is not equal. This is called assignment, meaning if you have a value on the right side, let's say 25, and you have x on the left side, you take this value from the right and you put it in this memory space. Okay? That means this equal sign cannot be used like a regular mathematical operator. Then you're like, well, how am I going to compare two numbers? Okay, you can't compare 25 equals 25 in Java. That's going to give you an error because that equal sign has been used up for memory space allocation and value location or value putting in the bucket. The symbol that you can use is double equal sign. So if you say 25 double equal 25, that's when you're like using regular mathematics equal. You're trying to compare these two. All rational operators here compare two numbers one to the other. And after comparison, it either says true or false. Okay, this is the answer you're going to get out of Java. Let's see how we're going to use it. So I'm going to create a class. Perspective. Rational operators. Public static void main. I'm going to copy some things from here. Here I'm going to take this two values. And suppose I store it here. No problem there, right? I got these two values stored right here. Now, if I wanted to print a comparison, if I wanted to see if 3 is equal to 2 or not, I could put it right here. X equal to y. If it is equal to y, it's going to give me true. If not, it's going to give me false. So if I run this now, it gave me false. Program told me that's not true. It's false. But if I change this to a 3 and run it again, it gave me true. Let me close some of these. Others are trying to also get kicked off. I can also use, let me just change it back to 2, and I can use all the other operators and do a comparison. Greater than, equal to, and it's going to tell me true or false. If this is greater than equal to, you've seen it in your math class, less than or equal to, and if you put an exclamation mark with an equal to, that means not equal to. Okay, so this means not equal to. So this is the only difference, new thing that you might see. Now if I run it, F11, you got the first one. So the first one, this one, they're not equal, so came out false. X is greater than Y. 3 is greater than 2. That is correct. So you got true. X is greater than or equal to, which is still greater. So not equal, but greater. So it came out true. X is less than Y. False. Less than or equal to, false. And X is not equal to Y. That is correct. They're not equal. The 3 and 2 is not equal. Therefore, you got the answer. It's true. Any questions about rational operators in Java?
No.
Good. Moving on. The next is, looks like that's it, folks. I think I covered pretty much everything. I'm just gonna do one example for you before we move on. Here's your homework. Explain this, and I'll do a demo for you. It's called Variables and Operators. There is only 5 questions, and it's asking you to get some user input. I will do a demo here, similar to this one. Write a Java program that takes 3 assignment grades. Well, let me do this one. Write a Java program that takes 2 numbers as input to print the area and perimeter of a rectangle. I'm going to do it for you for a circle. So write a Java program that takes 2 numbers as an input from a user to print the area and perimeter of a rectangle. So let's go ahead and do this together. What you do is you create a class. I'm going to name it area of circle, perimeter and area of circle, and area of circle, public static void main. Let me just add that there. We are going to have to take input from the user. So we're going to need scanner. Let me call it input. I like that word. New scanner and system dot in. Hover over, import Java util. That's it, done. For circle, we only need one variable called radius. We want this radius, I'm going to call it a double, because what if somebody gives me a decimal? I should be able to handle it. Double handles decimal and integer value. Let's name it radius. Now a radius double space got located. I don't need to assign any value because I'm going to have user to give me the value. First, I'm going to ask the user, please enter a radius. Okay, enter radius. If the user enters radius, now at this time, I don't need println. I want it to be printed on the same line. Now I'm going to take this storage location, and in here I want Java to store the user input. So after the equal sign, I'm going to put input with a dot, and because it is a decimal, this is not going to be dot next int method. It's going to be next double method. So next D. If you type that, it's going to show up. Next double. So I'm going to take that. And semicolon to close. You don't have to do anything else anymore. This will generate that input box for you. At this time, Go ahead and kick it off and see if the thing works. And if it looks pretty. Right here, enter radius. If I put, let's say 5, hit enter, good, it's working. Now let's do something with it. We need to understand and do some mathematics. So, question is asking me to give me perimeter and area. So let me have two variables, double perimeter, and don't do anything, and double area. Also, don't do anything yet. Now, I already got radius from the user from this line. Whatever that is, I don't know what that is. It could be a 5, it could be a 10, whatever. But whatever that is going to be stored in radius. Now, I need to look up the formula. You already probably know. Tony, do you remember the formula for perimeter of a circle?
Perimeter of a circle. No, I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've done math class.
It's okay. It's 2 pi radius. So
2 pi.
Yeah, let me put it here. Here's a little trick for me that I like. If you say perimeter and area, it's kind of like the similar. Perimeter, if I'm spelling this correctly. No. Perimeter. Okay, I don't know what the spelling of perimeter is. It's 2 pi, 2 times pi times radius. Okay, very similar to area. Area, you take this 2 and you bring it over here with a square for that, meaning you multiply this radius twice. So you take this value of pi and multiply that with radius, okay, to the power of 2. With me on that? Both of these formulas have pi times radius. Pi times radius. Perimeter, you multiply the pi times radius with the 2. Area, you square the radius with the 2 and then multiply the pi with it. What is pi? It's an approximate value of 3.14 and something. Okay? Now, I got an area, a perimeter variable, I got an area variable, and I have somebody, user gave me radius. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's take this perimeter, whatever that is. If you've done your math right, and your teacher told you, hey, write it down, please write down the steps. And nobody wants to write down the steps. And if you wrote down the steps, now it's going to be like, oh, I like this. This is easy. Because that perimeter equals 2, and we're going to take this 2, we're going to times it with the radius that we got from the user. Sorry, a constant value, pi, which is 3.14. 3.14. We're going to multiply, these spaces don't matter, I just like to make it fancy. You don't have to put space here. Multiply that by the radius you got. And then close this out. Guess what? This radius, whatever the user gave, multiplied with the 3.14, times it with the 2, whatever the result is going to store into the perimeter. And you can now print it out for your user and say, system out, perimeter equals, and then with the plus, you can have this variable printed right here. Any questions so far?
No, not so far.
All right, let's take a look at how it works out. If I run this, is asking me for give me a radius. If I put the radius as 5 and hit enter, tells me perimeter is equal to 31 point this. Any question?
No.
Area, same way. Hey, I don't even have to do it on this line. I can do it in this line if I wanted. To organize things. Here's the area variable that I created, or a memory space. Let me bring that memory space here, because that's where I want to store the result. There's the area. Equals, formula is 2. Let's put all of this in parentheses. No 2, this time 3.14. Times that by radius, variable, whatever we got from the user. And the power of 2, guys, if you remember, power of 2 is nothing but the same thing as multiply by itself twice. So I would have to multiply this radius by itself twice. Basic algebra. Now, this result gets stored in area variable, and I can use this system out print and call this area. Change this perimeter variable to area. And if I kick it off, asking me for the radius, I enter 7. Perimeter gave me 43.96 and area gave me 153.86. Let's see if my mathematics is correct. So user gave me 7. For perimeter, I'm going to times it by 2 and times it by 3.14. There you have it, guys. 43.96 is that's what we got right there. Okay. And then for area, user gave me 7. I'm going to multiply it by 7 and multiply it by 3.14. And the answer 153.86, and that's what we have. And that would be your homework assignment, similar to. What you would do is copy this, only this part, Control-C it, go to your homework assignment, and you will see there's something called create. Okay. There will be a, you guys been doing it, but just to refresher, don't do it in a Word document or something else. And what I want you to do is I want you to copy this whole thing into that Google Doc that it gives you where an option says create. And then give it some space right here so it's visually, it's visible. And then paste your answer right here. I do want to show one of your work right here. So this would be a good example. Here's Introduction to Java. I want to show Shobu's your stuff. Let's see. View assignment. I think visibility wise, by far, this was the best submission. All of you did great and a lot of effort was provided. But notice right here, he has this Word doc. I can even edit right here and give you feedback there. He wrote, this is the answer, gave enough space for visually looking at it. He copied the entire class thing right here. At this point, you don't have to. You can just give me this body part right there. Okay, same thing like that. And goes like that. Any questions about the homework before we end the class?
No questions.
All right, guys, the video is going to be uploaded right away. I'm going to try to do it tonight. Do your homework the best you can, and I'm going to send out a text for you to tell me if you want to attend maybe a Wednesday session or a Thursday for an hour to go over some things you got stuck. And that'll be it, because we're not going to be troubleshooting homework during next Sunday's class, because it's going to be packed of information. But we'll have to do it before. Either we do it together in 1 hour, maybe Wednesday or Thursday, or if you want to meet online like this, one-on-one, I'm willing to do that as well. From now on, going forward, you must be able to do these homeworks. If you have to achieve that level. I want you to know, don't skip any homework. These will build. This is like a foundation for you for the next Java class. And every other class, I don't care. But now if you miss a class and you don't make up for it, next class, you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. Okay? So you cannot fall behind. If you do fall behind, tell me. I will sit with you one-on-one during the weekday to catch you up. But please, if you don't stay up to date now and you appear on my next class, you will be lost, and it will be difficult for you to get you back in, and you might blame yourself that you're not capable. But I want you to know that all four of you are amazing, and I'm betting on you that you're going to get the jobs that you are looking for, and that's where I'm going to make my money. So I'm betting my time and effort on you, and I believe in you, right? Guys, if you guys have any questions, you can text me or Slack me. If no more questions right now, have a wonderful rest of the weekend, and I'll talk to you soon. See you next Sunday.
All right. Thank you. All right. See you next Sunday.
Thanks. Bye.